Oh, you thought we were gonna start? No, we're not ready yet. Look at that. 1,200 likes. You can do better than that. I realize we just got started, but really, I don't even think it's time for Wings of Y until we're at least 5,000 deep. So let's get to tapping that screen, sharing the live, and maybe see if, I don't know, we can get out to the FYP of anybody. I mean, like fucking anybody. Where is everybody? Tap the screen, share the live. What the hotelly? What cyborg? Interesting. Hey guys, keep tapping the screen, share the live. We're nearly to 5K, and I bet we can get there pretty quick, you know, if we just keep tapping. This would be a great time to remind everybody to tap that screen, share the live. If you haven't already, hit the little arrow at the bottom right corner of your screen, repost it, add it to your story, or just copy the link a dozen times. Then what the hell are you doing? Go do that now. That'll get us out a little bit more into the algorithm, maybe across the screen of somebody who can actually question their beliefs. Who knows? Maybe that person's scrolling in right now. Probably not. It's really just us, isn't it? It'd be a great time for me to welcome in Quantum, Glamscum, Poetry, What the Hotel-y, Emberzilla, also Uncle Batman, Nina, Blake Spot, Morgan Le Fay, Tigress Venom, Ghost Bane, Track Vale. Welcome into all of you. Also, if I missed your name, I don't know, Pop, any of you. Well, then, welcome to you too, and the brain as one, and, anybody else just joining. I think, it might be that time.
Step right in. Through the sound and the static. One skull, one mic. One question that rattles the attic. Thrayle's lantern, bones bright as a star. If you're sure of your answers, you're already too far. Dry wind, dead road, tents made of tattered belief, mirage of a miracle, promising relief. Skeleton showman, grins from the dune, call in with your heaven, your haunting tune. Under the wings of war, we're calling out the sky. Is it God? Is it dust? Is it comfort? Is it trust? Every story, every sigh. Hold it up, let it fly. We question the question. Try under the wings of war. Carnival candles flicker in the phone line hum. Tell me what you worship. Tell me why it comes. Is it fear of the ending? Or a friend in the storm? Is it something that saved you? Or just a ritual? Under the wings of wine, we're calling out the sky. Is it God? Is it dust? Is it comfort? Is it trust? Every story, every sigh. Hold it up, let it fly. We question the question. Try under the wings of war. If your truth starts shaking, let it shake, let it breathe. If your faith starts breaking, see what's hiding beneath. Under the wings of wine, we're calling out the sky. Not to conquer, not to fight, just to look, just to lie. Every doubt, every cry, bat bright in the night. We question the answer, try under the wings of wine.
Hell yeah. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome to the Batcolyte. We are here as we are every night, just to see if you can question your beliefs. If you happen to have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're curious enough or courageous enough to question that belief, then go ahead and request up. I'm not looking for any kinds of debates or arguments. I'm not here to burgle your gods or make you look like a fool. I really am just here to see, well, to see if you can question, and if you can, well, then what is it that you believe, and why do you believe it? And, are you afraid to question? Well, maybe our next guest isn't, and we'll find out here in just a moment. But thank you guys so much for the 10,000 times you've tapped that screen. Really appreciate all the likes and the 34 shares. You guys really are fucking amazing. Appreciate you. Let's see who we've got. Oh, I see.
Hold on. Hold on, driver, hold on. Wait.
Oh my. Hello, Big Angel. Thank you, Glamscum, and everybody who shows up here every night. Well, most nights. I really appreciate all of you. You guys really are the best audience on TikTok. It's, well, I mean, it's really touching. It's amazing that you show up and you'll tap that screen, you'll share the live. All that's great, but really just being here, just showing up, is pretty fucking cool. That's awesome. So TikTok says that what I'm doing right now, this right here, me on camera, this is a static image according to them. I'm being away for a long period, or I'm streaming content not directed by me in real time. So this would be bullshit TikTok lying there. And if I get it again, it'll just take us down right away. Yeah, that happens sometimes. So I guess I'm just gonna lean in really fucking close and hope that the AI figures its shit out, because this is not a static image. I am directing my own movements. And if you can direct your movements to requesting up to one of those boxes and questioning your beliefs, then I think we're gonna have a pretty awesome conversation. Well, maybe, at least a conversation. Round, what, like 5 now? Okay. Ready as OF. Okay, so, Big Angel, can
Good
I get your
morning
age
from
for
Ireland. It's
TikTok?
7:04 in the morning. I'm 31. I'm a TikTok user.
Yep, that's, those are things. And do you have a
Sorry, 1
belief
second.
in a
It's the
god
noise
or
of cleaning.
gods higher? That's, yep.
I have a belief, yes. I don't know. I don't know. I'll leave it up to other people to give me good recommendations to question these.
I think that was what was that, round 5? So yesterday did 3 attempts and couldn't figure out not turning on a camera. Today we've had 2 so far. One really fucking noisy, and the next one mostly noisy and talking over. So you can try again. Sure, you could try again, but I'm gonna recommend you take 5. Find a quiet place. Not just relatively quiet compared to the middle of the street, but like, quieter than that. And more. Try it out. You might like it. Who knows? You might go in that quiet place and forget to request up at all. And, well, that would be a shame, but, we'll get you next time. But if you do have a belief in a god or gods, higher powers, or anything like that, and you are adapted to quiet places, and you're in one, go ahead and request up. I'm not here to debate you or argue. I really am just here to see if you can question your beliefs in whatever it is, God or godlike, gaudy things, or, well, I mean, if it's God, is it gaudy? Is it whatever the fuck it is? If you believe in it and you can question it, find a box. I'll find some questions. That was really friendly and enticing, wasn't it? Are gods always gaudy, or some of them less gaudy than others? Hello, Julie. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Hi, I'm 38.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher powers, or anything like that?
I do not. I would love to hear or, somebody encourage me one way or another, but I do not have a belief system.
I'm not here to encourage you or convince you of anything. I'm here to see if you can question your beliefs. And since you say you don't have
Of
a
course.
belief, you say you don't have a belief in anything, any gods or anything like that. My question would be why? Why not?
Because, well, my parents were Catholic and I didn't see anything that like made sense to me. But for me, I just, it's free to be kind. Just be nice to people. And I feel like that's been working for me. So I don't know why that's not a religious like outlet.
Is that what you consider your religious outlet, is being kind to people? Because my question was why you don't believe in a god.
I do not believe in a God because I have not seen a God, but I do believe that just being kind to each other, like maybe like a karmic justice. But to answer your question, I do not believe in any God.
Right. No. I feel like the why was overlooked there, but go ahead, Kat. Hello.
Why? Hi, good evening. Why do you want to be compelled into a belief system? Why do you want somebody to give you like something compelling?
Is that a question to me?
I don't know who else I would be asking.
Well, I already said I do not believe in any belief system. So
What was the first thing you said when you came up here? What was the first thing you said?
I don't know. Can you repeat it?
You said, no, I don't, but I would love to hear something convincing to convince me to believe in something. Why?
Okay, then convince me.
Are you listening?
Wow. I don't think she is.
I am listening. Convince me.
Wow.
You're not.
That's not what she was trying to do. Did you hear the question she asked? Did you actually hear the question, or just the words convince you and decide she was trying to do that?
What was your question?
Why did you want somebody to convince you?
I don't want someone to convince me. I would like something to convince me.
No.
How drunk are you, Julie?
She wanted you to convince her.
About that, I know. I guess that must have been it. Huh? Either that or drunk. You're rarely wrong. Hey, Sway, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
46. I
And
believe that
do you
all
have-
people. Sorry.
Do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Well, my belief is that people shouldn't be judged by the color of their skin.
That's your belief
That's a
about
good
God.
belief.
That's a good belief, but it had nothing to do with the question.
It said, can
It's a
you
great-
question your beliefs?
Right, but the one I asked you, did you hear the one I asked you?
I
Did you
mean,
just
I
ignore
don't. You said, do I have a belief in a God?
God or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
I mean, would I be able to plead the fifth on that?
Fascinating.
I don't want to be judged based on my belief in God. My belief that I'm here for is that I believe people should.
I'm not here to question that. I'm here to see if you believe in a god or anything like it. There might be other beliefs I'd be willing to question. That was clearly someone trying to be disingenuous and bait a conversation that I'm not interested in. But if you are capable of, sticking to the topic, answering questions you hear and not just the ones you wanted to, then go ahead and request up. I'm really not here for debates or fights. I'm not here for arguments. I'm here to see if you can actually question your beliefs. And, then you can, try to do that. That'd be cool.
We're off to such a fun start.
It's a wonderful start. I thought Julie might be a little more responsive. She was complaining about always being dropped. And now we know.
Well, I mean, she didn't want me to ask her questions. She wanted you to ask her questions.
Is that what it was?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think this is the
Hi,
Clover
guys.
we know. But hello, Clover, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 46.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher powers, or
I
anything
do.
like that?
Yes, I do.
I see.
I believe in God.
Which god do you believe in?
I believe in Jesus Christ, the one and only God.
And
I also believe and know there is an afterlife. There are spirits, there is ghosts. Would you like to ask me any questions?
you said you believe
How-
in Jesus, afterlife, spirits, and ghosts. I
Yes.
think Kat has a question. Mine's pretty repetitive.
Well, you
Yes.
said you know,
I do
and
know.
I just want to know how you know.
How do I know? Because I'm psychic, clairvoyant. I've had dreams of family members. I have seen, but me and my family has seen ghosts. The last house we had was deadly haunted. We could be sitting down, me and my dad, like my dad's died, like he's
gone years. Me mum and my dad were sitting in the living room, and we three of us in the same ghost, peeping around the corner. Going to work one day, coming down the stairs, a big tall man was standing there looking straight at me. My brother was lifted up and fired down the stairs. My little nephew
Just
started
a
screaming.
list, a litany, and you're gonna rattle
Yeah,
them
yeah,
off
that
as
the house
quickly as you
was deadly
can,
haunted.
because you
Yeah,
gotta rattle them off quickly.
yeah.
I think Kat had another question before you continued the list.
Okay, Kat.
You said you're psychic, you're clairvoyant. Like what does that mean?
Well, I'm gypsy also, so it's something that's been handed down. My grandmother was a fortune teller. She used to go around doing fortunes and doing things like that. So it's something that we've all inherited from like our family line. We're open to spirit. We can see spirit, but being a Catholic, right? On the other hand, I do not do the same practice that my grandmother did, because my religion doesn't allow it. We're told not to predict the future. Or
So, like,
don't tell fortunes and
is
stuff.
is your ancestral, your familial, like, heritage and the tradition that was passed down, less important than Catholicism?
Pardon? Is it less supported?
Yeah, less important. You don't practice that anymore. You don't do
Oh no,
the
no,
fortune
no,
telling
don't.
or anything.
No, no, I don't know. Even though, like, Saint Joseph had a gift that God blessed him with, because he could have dreams, psychic dreams, and they come true, right? For Saint Joseph, but yet the Catholic Bible tells us not to predict the future.
Fascinating. Where does it tell you not to predict the future?
I'm not sure on
I
which
see.
page,
Is it
what
possible
exactly.
that it doesn't actually tell you that?
It does say you're not allowed to predict the future. No
Where does it say
wizardism.
that?
Or just, I'm not sure on what page, but it does say somewhere in the Bible. It does say that, because it's classed as witches, isn't it?
One
I
moment.
don't know.
Yeah, it's classed as witchcraft.
I don't know if it's classed as witchcraft.
Yeah,
But
and also
I would
how I
wonder,
know.
sorry, I had a question. I would wonder if any of the prophets in the Bible did exactly that, predicted the future, or at least claimed
Yeah.
to. And were they practicing witchcraft, or were they
No, they were
violating
inspired by
God's
God.
will?
No, they were inspired by God.
I see.
And I also, when I had an operation, I died for so many seconds.
Yeah,
And
I
my
bet.
dad told me to go back.
It sounds like, Clover, you've got a wild story for literally every question. So
A whole
I'm gonna go ahead.
lifetime
So
of them.
I'm gonna go ahead and not ask another question. If Kat's got one, that's great. But otherwise, I think we'll go ahead and move on.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for allowing me up, Kat. Have you got another question?
Not right now, thanks.
All right, thank you very much,
Sounds
guys.
great, Clover. Appreciate you being here. I hope that you actually do start to question your beliefs. It probably would be good for you, but I'm not here to push you, and it seems you're not quite ready tonight. But maybe another night, and who knows, maybe our next guest will be ready to question their beliefs. If you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or really anything like that, and you're curious enough, or courageous enough to question that belief, then go ahead and request up. Also, if you've been here before, if you've questioned your beliefs, if questioning is even a thing that you can do, well, this is a chance to turn the tables for you. If you've been waiting to question the questioner, well, I will do my best to answer your questions. Of course, that is if you can question your beliefs and have done so here before. Hello, Catholic. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
No, I'm 19.
What year were you born?
2006.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher powers, or anything like that?
Yeah, I believe in God, the Christian God, the Trinity.
The Trinity is the Catholic version of the Christian God.
Yeah, you could say that.
I see. Have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
I've read, I've never read it front to back, but I've read it, scattered through the, I've read a few books, some of the important books, like the Gospels and Paul's letters and stuff.
Some of the important books. So, does it matter to you if the Bible is true or not?
No, it 100% matters.
It does matter, you say?
Yeah, the Bible has to be true, yeah.
It has to be true. So every story in it, everything that it says is true?
Yeah, I have to have that belief.
I see. Does it matter if that view, that particular literalist doctrine, is not in line with the dogma of the Catholic Church?
It would have to be, because Christ established the Catholic Church, so.
Fascinating. So it would have to be literal because Christ established it, according to you. That means that the entire Bible from Genesis to Revelation is a true and literal story.
Well, I'm sure bits or pieces are hyperbole, or...
What about that Genesis story? Do you think that one's hyperbole, or is that true?
No, Genesis is true.
I see. So you believe everything was created 6 days in a particular order?
Yes, I do, yeah.
Why?
Well, because I believe that, I believe in God, so I'm going to believe the stories of God.
You
But
believe
why?
in God? Oh, yep. She said why?
Mainly the transcendental argument for the God, it's necessary
Why do
for
you
God.
think? No, I know what tag is. Thanks.
Hold on.
Why do you think that's a good argument?
Because it shows that any transcendental category requires a God to ground or justify.
Do we
So
have to
he's
do
not.
tag tonight?
No, he's not capable of questioning his beliefs. He's just here to do Phil Bro bullshit. So if anybody is actually capable of questioning their beliefs and actually doing it honestly, I don't know, maybe from the faith that they pretend to be from, go ahead and request up. But if you're just going to cosplay as a Catholic, you might want to familiarize yourself with the doctrine of the Church first before you pretend. Also, if you've got a belief in a God or gods, higher powers, or anything like that, you're curious enough or courageous enough to question your beliefs, go ahead and request up. We really are looking for honest believers who really are curious enough or courageous enough to question those beliefs. Is that you? Do you think you can question your beliefs?
I mean, I can question my beliefs. But...
I think I can question mine.
Yeah, a real Catholic argument for Jesus is like, but what about the baby Jesus?
I don't think that.
Blake, you're trying to get us in trouble.
That might not be quite the way it is, but I do know that the Catholic Church does not hold a literalist doctrine. They don't declare that you must believe every word is literal. So it is kind of strange that he'd pretend. Oh wait, no, it's not strange he was 19 and a Philbro. But maybe you're not. Maybe you are a mature adult who's capable of questioning your actual beliefs. Go ahead and request up if that is you. If you can do that thing you do, we do, that thing we do. Yeah, it was gonna be good, but then I fucked it up. I noticed that gift goal hasn't moved, but I'd appreciate everybody who has contributed to it. I don't usually point that out, but that's kind of the first one of the night, so it helps if we move it along. But if you've got a belief in a God, those boxes right there, those are for you. And yeah, I am leaning far over for some reason. It's like I'm falling out of my chair. I might be off balance tonight. That's a little better. if your belief is not really yours, then who owns it? Well, I don't know it's about ownership necessarily, as it was about, you know, well, origin and the certainty of it. Oh, are we doing that again? Okay. Oh, well, I went to accept the request and he disappeared. Maybe he's in the other queue? No, he just doesn't exist. That's unfortunate. Thrayle's still sitting funny. I know, I'm like crooked over here. Let me try to fix that. Scared everyone away. That's right, Clover. I do that every night. I just scare everyone away. I'm not really here to question beliefs. I'm just here to give you a little spook. Did it work? Okay. Well, for everyone else, I really am here to question beliefs because some people are just easily entertained. But the rest of us are curious to see if questioning beliefs really is a thing that you can do. And if it is, well, there are boxes here for you. You can't be scared. Fascinating. I'm not here to try to scare you otherwise. I might see that as a challenge, but I don't. I see it as, well, kind of I guess a sad little cry for help here. We're not here to help you in that way, but if you are, capable of questioning your beliefs, then maybe another day we'll try that with you. But if anybody else does have a belief in a god or gods or higher powers or anything like that, be it mermaids, Sasquatch, Mothman, I said mermaid, chupacabra, and any of those things, unicorns, leprechauns. If you believe in it and you can question it, we got a panel open, like just here, waiting for you. Otherwise, I gotta ramble on until I finally, commit to doing like a bad mid-roll poem, and then somebody will request up and be absolutely dreadful, and we'd love to skip that and get straight to the great guests who are curious enough and courageous enough to question their beliefs. So I guess the best way that we're going to manage to do that is if we all tap the screen. We're up to 18,000 likes already. That's really fucking amazing. We're also up to 35 shares, which is pretty fucking good. And
can someone please request up so he stops talking?
Oh, one more. Nina and Glam Scum Poetry, thank you so much for helping with the goal. And also, this is actually kind of compound two more, wasn't it? Because we gotta thank, was it Yurza? And,
'Twas Yurza.
Twas Yurza. Thank you, Yurza. Appreciate you so much. Really do. See, now I stopped. But I think I was gonna just keep going and Till someone requested. I probably would, I don't know, wear myself out eventually. It's hard to keep talking when you don't have like an opinion to force on someone or cram down their throat. I'm really just here, rambling at this point about even the idea of rambling, and when I do that, that's really kind of circular, and it's just going to get us nowhere. So if you've got, there we go, somebody with a belief, oh fuck, it's him again. Crap. I hit the accept button before I, okay.
Hello, I'm back now. Try to this.
Yeah, okay.
What is the problem? What is going on in your life?
Literally everywhere. Okay, it's just too much. It's too much, Big Angel. It's just too much.
Like, just try from inside anywhere. Like, go to a library.
I think that was.
Don't go to a
in
library. You'll be really
station.
annoying.
I think it was inside a train or train station. One of the two. Yes, he only uses us when he travels. VHS. On the street, in the train, buses, and I imagine if you ever had a flight somewhere, we'd probably be on the line.
Yeah, maybe it's just my jealousy that we don't have public transportation here.
Might be. It did sound like a subway platform. At least he's using Wi-Fi. I don't know quantum. It could have been data for all we know. I don't know. If I was on a train, I'd use mobile data. Is that bad? Mika, that would be wildly elaborate and fucking hilarious. If that really was
Okay.
the troll.
I was literally just thinking that, though.
Right. The only thing that makes me think it's not the troll is that he did appear on camera and he was on a street.
Maybe that was just to make it more believable.
Oh, right. You go outside after hitting a bunch of buttons and stand on the street so it looks like you hit the buttons. Like you didn't hit.
Yeah, that's why he did it twice. To reinforce it.
See, now I'm getting the repercussions of making fun of somebody on public transportation because I can't find my keys.
Are they in the ignition? That's where I like to leave mine a lot of the time.
No, because then it would have started. I have a car that just starts with the fob, so
Oh,
I don't actually have to put it in. So I get in all the time without actually having it in my pocket and just hit the button and nothing happens.
that's why it's good to have a purse. Because then you just leave them in your purse and you don't have to worry about switching them from your pants pocket every day. Apparently he didn't like that feedback.
Oh no, sorry, I'm just intensely staring around my office, like, where do I look next? yeah, getting a new bag would be smart.
It would be smart. We should all carry purses, I think. I am brewing another cup of coffee, I think. Yeah, that's quite evident now. But if you've got a belief in a god or gods, higher powers, or anything like that, you're curious enough or courageous enough to actually question that belief, then go ahead and request up. We're not here to debate or argue. We are just here to see if you can question whatever the belief is that you hold. Oh no. Oh, I meant to accept one of them. I meant to accept one of them, and I think I hit the X on both by accident.
Oh. Well,
but one of them, we'll try again. But yeah, the O was for the new one. I don't know if you remember him.
I'm not familiar with that personally. I thought they were both at O's.
Much better now. Sorry about that. But now that I've got plenty of blueberry coffee, and it looks like we might even have a believer in Q, we are here to question beliefs. If you've got a belief in a god or god's higher powers or anything like that, go ahead and request up. We're not here to debate. We're not here to argue or tear you down. Nobody's looking to burgle your gods, just to see if questioning is, well, even a thing that you can do. Hello, American Revival. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
40 years old.
I see. Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher powers, or anything like that?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. If you're capable of actually coming up here and having the conversation in a mature fashion, you're welcome to, but I didn't see that going anywhere fast. I was waiting for him to do a Macho Man Randy Savage, snap into a Slim Jim or something.
Which saint do I need to pray to find the keys?
Isn't it the mermaid one? I don't know, it's always the mermaid one.
Cat was right. They're in the car.
She usually is.
I usually am.
I must need a new button on my fob because it like didn't work until I got it closer to the console. So I'll be
Your
quiet.
battery is dying.
TOS for a second.
Yeah, your fault battery's dying, sounds like. You can change it. You might have to get your manufacturer to do it if it's new enough.
Oh, dude. When I had my Volkswagen, I took it to the Volkswagen dealership. It cost me like $6. Like it.
Yeah. Hello, Kev. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
25.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher powers, or
Of
anything
course, of
like that?
course,
I see.
of course.
And which god is it that you believe in?
The one that came here,
Which one came here?
Jesus.
I see. And have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
No.
Why not?
I've read like most of it. I think I haven't gotten like all the way to the Old Testament. I think like the later books I didn't really read all the way.
You didn't read the later books in the Old Testament, so you just read like the Gospels.
Well, I've read the whole New Testament, just like the later parts of like the Old Testament, like like
Oh, I see.
some of those like newer books I
So
haven't
the
finished.
later parts of the New Testament you read.
No. Later parts of the Old Testament. I've read the
You're
whole New
not
Testament.
hearing me because you're trying to correct me, and you didn't actually hear the question. So
Okay.
if you slow down and wait for the ends of questions, like it kind of hasn't been a single one yet, but if you actually hear the ends of them, you
All
might
right,
find
come on.
out that you see right there.
What
Are
what
you
is
in a
that?
hurry to get somewhere? Are you in a hurry?
No, I'm wiping my ass right now. I'm on the shitter.
Fuck off. Nasty. It's just disrespect, waiting to be disrespectful because you have nothing better to do than be disrespectful. Why don't you go read, what is it, First Peter 3:15?
First
There,
Peter 3:15,
and
my friend.
that one, the one that tells you not to,
That one.
talk about being on the shitter while you're questioning your beliefs, because it's
I
fucking
don't know
gross.
that it says that, but something like it.
Oh, I thought I did it. Thou shalt not be on thy shitter while questioning thy beliefs on Batcolyte. Something like that.
We shouldn't do this when nobody's slept.
Who hasn't slept? That's wild.
You, me.
Oh,
That
skeleton
was a real
sleepers
missed
like to sleep.
opportunity to ask them about Toilet Gem.
I, I don't think I feel like I missed any opportunity. I might have missed an opportunity to block them while they were on panel. That might have been better than just dropping them. I don't know. It was gross. Apparently, what the hotelly, there is a process by which you can be born again. I'm not sure I would recommend it, especially depending on the age of your mother. But if you have a belief in a god or gods, higher powers, or anything like that, and you're curious enough or courageous enough to question your beliefs, go ahead and request up. We're not here to debate or argue or really to make bad jokes. That doesn't happen that often. But if you can, well, maybe it does. But if you can question your beliefs, then go ahead and request up.
It happens literally all the time. And yes, of course, Sneaky, you're welcome to come hang out. The tide is very high tonight.
Oh, that sounds awesome.
And the water is chilly. Chillier than usual. Not terrible. One time I was at this place that I'm at right now, and I was here questioning beliefs, and I was walking through the water like I am right now, and somebody accused me of being in the bathtub.
The water does sound rather still for an ocean
It's
shore.
a bay, so there aren't like
That makes
waves
sense.
crashing. It's pretty. Yeah. It's one of the only places that there's like sand, so nice sand. So, and there's like barely any of it, but I like the nice sand. Reminds me of home.
Maybe our next, well, maybe our next guest can question their beliefs. Look who it is. Hello, Nina.
Hey,
Did you mean to request up?
I did. Until recently, I didn't really think I had any beliefs, just because I don't follow a specific scripture. But lately, I've noticed that I may have some residual kind of programming or habits that were shaped by Christianity and other theories that I tried to explore. And it's kind of an incomplete evaluation, but I thought it would be worth sharing just to like maybe set the tone for a better conversation.
Sure, Nina. We can see where that is coming from. Kat, did you have a question?
I just wanted to say W, Nina. Thank you for that. That is such a good positive attitude that we needed right now. Also, W, Nina, for kicking my ass in chess earlier. And what are the residual things that you've noticed hanging around?
Well, for example, just over the last couple of years, I would, like, knowing that I don't fully believe in the Bible or the text, or I don't feel like a pull towards Jesus or like the love of whatever that is. Like when someone says like Jesus loves you, like that kind of means nothing to me. But I've tried to find some kind of a meaning or purpose or something to guide me in my life, which in the past I've labeled as some kind of higher power. And so I kind of conducted my own like form of prayer or interacting with this higher power just in my daily life. And then sometimes I think it would be coming from a place of fear a little bit, like, ooh, just in case like hell's a thing, maybe I should just check in with like, hey God, like, you know, whatever. Kind of, it was like, I don't know if that makes sense, but it was like really weird to me. I don't know exactly how to explain it because I haven't figured it out all the way, but so like I would try praying, and most of the time I would think to pray when I needed help with something or some kind of guidance or, you know, some kind of emotional turmoil or something like that, where I'd be like seeking guidance from this higher power. But then I tried, it wasn't working out. So then I even kind of tried to come from a place of gratitude first, like thanking God for like all these beautiful things in my life and then asking for guidance kind of thing. So I still found myself interacting with something, but I don't know why.
Yeah, as a recovering Catholic, I can relate to this a lot. Do you find that it was coming from a place of fear first, or you're trying to do something a little bit more meditative and some of those like impulsive like fears came in secondarily? Does that make sense? Like which was kind of first? Were you like continuing it and then you like saw like getting positive results and seeing the fear, or was it like kind of the fear first that led to it?
No, I think it was coming from a place of hope first. The fear kind of set in when I would think about like, oh, maybe I'm not getting answers because I'm not living by the way that this specific God would have me live, if that makes sense. So like that's where the fear came in, is when I was like, oh, well, there's so many other rules in that text that I was familiar with, the one that was kind of shoved down my throat or used, like growing up, it was used as like almost like if I fed into it with the people who had control over my life, it would almost be like a little escape for me. Like if I somehow made it like known to like the people who adopted me, I don't even like to call them my parents or anything. That's like the people who bought me. It was almost like an escape. Like if I kind of fed into that, then I would be more accepted. You know what I mean? Does that make sense?
It does, because
Like if I put on that mask.
I've had similar instances where I feel, and it almost feels like an impulsive thought in the like fear aspect. Does it feel like out of control and impulsive when it happens to you?
No, not so much anymore, honestly. Like I feel pretty at peace with like asking questions, and just living my life in a way that I treat people well. I don't know. It's been a theme lately with a lot of the people on the panel. Like it's important to a lot of us to like treat people well. So that's like one thing that I feel pretty good about.
Well, I'm glad that it's gotten to a place for you where it's not like out of control, because there's definitely been some times where I felt that for sure. I can hear what you're talking about.
Yeah. Although, like the thing that I'm questioning right now is, like, is there really some kind of an outside force that I should be leaning on for guidance or for clarity? Or do I have to like embody like some kind of a practice like prayer in order to like see results in my life? Or is it enough to just take action and just have a mindset that, oh no, this is going to work out because I'm going to go for it? Or is it like really important that I lean on an outside source, such as God or a higher power, no matter what someone would call it?
Why would it be important to lean on an outside source?
Ooh, well, I don't know. I don't know why it would be important per se, but it does feel somewhat like familiar, like maybe a crutch or maybe just comfort in a sense.
Does comfortable always mean good or healthy?
Ooh, no. No, sometimes it means stagnant or perhaps not going for your full potential in whatever you're trying to accomplish,
So, does leaning on a higher power, is leaning on a higher power necessarily like a good thing if it's not helping you grow to your full potential?
Not necessarily, I don't think, because one second, I had a thought and I lost it. Give me one moment.
Take your time. You're doing great.
Okay, here it is. Because I think possibly relying on some kind of a higher power kind of gives you a way out from responsibility, something along those lines, right? So if you're like leaning on this God or a higher power, and it doesn't work out, then you could just be like, oh, God said it's not my time, because obviously if it was God's will, then it would have been in my life. And, if you're thinking that way, then nothing is ever your responsibility.
Right, it might diminish your drive to do better. It might help you not take accountability for the things in your life, or good or bad, right?
I'm so sorry, I didn't catch that.
Oh, it's okay. It's probably me. I said it might diminish your drive, right? Like if something doesn't work out and you say, "Oh, well, it's not my time." God said it's not my time, then like you're probably not going to have as much drive to do it, right? Um, it also might diminish your own accountability for the things in your life, good and bad. And this is not like helping anybody, right?
Yeah, it's like almost expecting something to appear before you. Well, although I don't know if action is always required to see results. Sometimes, something is an opportunity is placed before you that you can jump on and accept, or kind of help you move in the right direction. And I don't know if there's like a reason, or I don't know if that's necessarily a sign from anything other than, you know. But the one thing from the Bible that I do kind of resonate with is just seek and you shall find. I think that has proven to me.
I thought you said at certain times you were trying to seek things and not finding them. Wasn't that a part of your story?
Yes. However, just in the sense that, like, just for example, I used to like really love this certain car, the Toyota FJ Cruiser, and I put that as and I never saw them. Like I never saw them driving out and about. But I put that as a screen cover on my phone. This was like probably a decade ago. And then all of a sudden I started seeing them everywhere, because I had decided like that was my favorite car. Kind of like that. Like whatever you bring to your attention is what will appear. And that's
Wait, so kind of what you're saying is our brains are pattern seeking machines, and we seek patterns and we do find them because we
yeah,
seek them.
like a filter almost. Um, I think.
What do you mean, like a filter? Like a filter for what?
Like your mindset could also be a filter. In the sense that like how you carry your.
Do you think that this is anything supernatural, or is it just like, your mindset kind of helps dictate your actions and your outcomes, and your brain seeks patterns because that's what it's built to do. Help, Thrayle.
Supernatural.
Help. Oh, he's
Yep,
he's not making coffee. He
I'm
just
here.
made coffee.
I'm here.
Supernatural
She
meaning
said,
like
"Oh,
anything metaphysical.
metaphysical." Um,
Sure. Um, and I need some woo because I don't have any right now because my brain's not working. Blake, Thrayle, somebody help me. I need some woo.
a woo.
Yeah, like a woo.
like an
Like supernatural.
energy,
Like a woo. Yeah, there we go.
right? Like energy beings or
Mm.
spirit realms.
Yeah, I'm not super fluent in like the frequency kind of thing.
She's not
I
super
have,
fluent in woo.
yeah,
It's
but
nice.
I
We
have
don't all speak sandwich.
all the layers.
All
Yeah,
the layers.
yeah, I'm not super fluent in that, but I've always found those subjects very fascinating. Like I couldn't go ahead and like coherently explain the whole process to you, but I've found a bunch of things
We
that
But you're
can
people
finding
coherently
that,
explain it.
Mhm.
That's the thing about it.
but you're still finding some kind of ask and ye shall find. Do you find that this is more of a like a like a truth for things that you should know, like where your keys were, or you know, when you lost your pen, or something like that? Those sorts of things. Is that what you're saying? Ask and ye shall find, or is it ask and ye shall find hope, success, a home, for instance? Is that
Yeah, more like less materialistic. So honestly, I couldn't like all the pens that I've lost within my home or my office or anything like that, they should be there still. Or like all the socks that disappear into the dryer that I like can't find any, like I don't care about finding those. But yeah, just more like not materialistic seeking.
Is it kind of fun and interesting to think that there's like something else going on that we don't really understand?
Yeah.
Is it realistic?
Yeah, I would say so because sometimes it does feel um like supernatural for lack of a better word. Like it does have a certain sense of magic to it. Sometimes it's cool to see a coincidence or um it's yeah, that feeling of whoa sometimes that you find. But I don't know like if I would attribute that to God anymore because I've kind of exhausted that resource and found that it's like unreliable.
Can you
Is it even
find
reliable or is it just more vague?
Well, I think it might work for some people. If someone like really really believes in the power of Jesus and for some reason that clicks for them and they're like and that gets their mindset in the place um where they can use that to have some kind of a peace um to to I don't know how to explain this. I think like sometimes it's enough for people just to hear something like, "Hey, did you know you can do anything like anything is possible through Jesus?" Some people will be like, "All right." Like that is that's enough to convince them and then they try it and something works out and they attributed it to this belief and they stick with it and they don't question, like did you
and
read
others
the
try it?
yeah.
Sorry, others try it and nothing happens.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Doesn't
Because we,
that occur as well?
yeah, because I seek a little bit more depth. Because if I'm going to believe in the Bible, I want to know everything about it. Like, yeah, that one little aspect would be cool if you're just willing to be oblivious to the rest of it.
Why do you seek to understand the Bible?
Well, honestly, like I would love to be a little bit more fluent in that. I just don't have like enough hours in my day. Like I have to do life things that currently affect me, but in my free time, I like to, learn more about things I'm interested in. So I'd love to be able to um know more about more things, but right now I have to fill my life with things that are going to pay the bills rather than um things that I'm interested in learning.
Blake, it's your turn.
God, what was I saying?
Oh God.
Oh, go God. Which God?
God,
Oh, we're
Go,
back to
go, gadget
Jesus
God.
God. Go gadget God.
Oh, what was I about to ask?
Nothing happened. Um, was it about prayer? Was it about asking and finding? Was it about Jesus? Was it about
Okay, now I remember. Now I
go
remember.
for it?
Now I remember. Okay, got it back. Got it back. The Do you think that you can continue to find um, this sense of awe, or like you're describing like this feeling of like looking for the like looking for something else, looking for that awe. Um, do you think that you can continue to find that without um, looking for that like extra hidden bit of magic and um, still be able to find that same level of awe?
I'm not sure. I think maybe not in a mystical sense, but just as an example, finding a community like this is really, really cool and like really special. Um, so um I don't know. There's not a lot that gets me overly excited anymore.
you need awe. I got just the thing.
What you got?
I have the most active volcano on the planet,
The
and you
most
can,
active.
yeah, and you can come and stand at the summit and watch it erupt. You can watch the lava come out of the ground. And that is the closest I've ever been to God, I think.
There was a moment a couple years ago where I came up over a mountain in Smoky Mountain National Park, and I never really understood why they called it Smoky Mountain National Park. But there's this one viewing area, you go out, and it literally looks like the entire forest is just made of smoke. And even though I don't attribute that to anything other than the beauty of nature, it still gives me like goosebumps just just talking about it right now. It was one of the most like amazing things I've ever seen. And like to know that's like a day trip away from me now, like still just like thinking about it gives me goosebumps everywhere.
That's cool. I feel similar about fireflies. Like the first time I saw fireflies, I was like, wow, those are some cool bugs. Like in the field of, and you know, I live in a place right now where there's a lot of light pollution. But like in out in the Midwest, like you can see the stars, and like I don't get to see that very often. So, you know, when you find yourself in a place like that, and you can actually see the stars or see like these light bugs, that's always like kind of refreshing.
I will say, I live in a place where I can see the stars, and I get lightning bugs. I've been to the Smoky Mountains. I think that volcano sounds kind of neat. I'd like to see that. But I don't know what a god is in any other sense other than a feeling of awe that people find in, I guess, the majesty of nature, of existence, the grandeur of it, the immensity of it. I know I've seen the Rockies, the Smokies, the Arbuckles. Anybody from Oklahoma, you're welcome. I've seen mountains, like real ones. I don't know that anything like that would strike awe enough to be a god. Maybe the edge of an ocean, but even our oceans still planar, still physical, still real.
Yeah, I
Is
agree.
is it because I might expect God to be more than what I see is real? Or is it a definition of God? The awe, the wonder, the splendor, the feeling of reciprocation. Is it just a sandwich by any other name?
Yeah, I think the awe comes from like in terms of like the stars and the fireflies. It doesn't feel like a god feeling. It feels more like just novelty from what I'm usually surrounded by. So that's where it's like but it's still very much grounded in reality of just being present. Because sometimes we can kind of go through the motions.
Go through the motions. Fake it till we make it.
Or just on autopilot, you know? Like, you know, you're gonna wake up, you're gonna make your coffee, you're gonna go to work, you're gonna see the people, and, you know, maybe a weekend here and there you might do something a little different. But it's pretty much, you know, like a routine, like you just get used to it.
What about the people who don't do that?
Yeah, that's cool. I would imagine that would require a certain amount of resources to not live the same day every day, you know?
Or almost none. Depending on which way you look at it. Um, I kind of meant like though, do you think that you can break that cycle if it's
Yeah.
something that you are unhappy with?
Yeah, I wouldn't say I'm unhappy with it. I think anytime I feel like a kick for a change, I typically go for it. Not necessarily like a huge leap, but here and there.
I meant the general you, not you specific. I wasn't accusing you specifically of being unhappy with it. Okay.
Yeah, anytime I feel that way, like I try to at least change a small thing, such as the change I made that brought me to this platform, you know?
Yeah, that's probably a much more responsible way to do things because I always make really big, drastic changes. So you're probably very much more responsible. Good.
Well, when you make those drastic changes, do you feel like would you have it any other way? Like you or do you kind of live from a place of like I'm about to make this huge change and it's going to work out, or do you feel like scared or like nervous or
I mean, there's always like some nervousness, but it's like, I mean, it has to work out, right? Like it either does or it doesn't, and it has to. So it's going to make it work. The last time I did this, I decided I was moving. I lived in Idaho. I decided I was moving to Hawaii, and 2 weeks later, I did it.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess it's working out, right? I'm still here.
Did you plan out ahead of time? Like did you know,
It was
find
literally like I'm moving to Hawaii, and 2 weeks later, I was in Hawaii. It's good. It's good, but these big drastic changes might also be why I've never felt like lacking in awe, right? Because I like just dive into the thing and have the experience and don't really have any reservations about that. I don't know. You've got me thinking and reflecting now. Sorry.
I'm down for a moment of silence.
It's a great moment, I guess, for me to thank everybody for the 36. The 36,000 times you've tapped the screen, and 37. Good job, guys. We can keep doing that. We could probably, hit 40 in no time. And the 48 shares, those are amazing. Appreciate all of that. Yeah, really do. And the more we do that, the more we get out to the FYP and maybe get somebody curious enough to question their beliefs. 30, 37. Keep going. I think you can definitely keep going. I think we got a guest and request that isn't one of the same previous obnoxious trolls. Hey, hello, Brandy. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Hello, Brandy. Did you mean to join us? No, Brandy did not mean to join us. Hey, we're at like 8 shares. If we all go down and hit that bent little arrow at the bottom right corner, hit, repost or add this story, or even just copy the link a few dozen times, we could definitely bring that number up and probably get a little more out on the FYP to a believer who actually can question their beliefs in a quiet place without being drunk or angry at us. Like Nina did. Hell yeah. I wonder if Big Angel is in a quiet place. Should we test it out? I feel like this seems...
Hi, I'm back. I'll say this.
Big Angel, did you mean to join us again?
Yes, I'm sorry, yeah.
Hi. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hi, hello.
Oh, you've just got someone speaking in the background. Hey, let's go straight through it. Can
Hey,
I get your
Batcolyte.
age for TikTok, TOS?
TOS, I'm 31 years old.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher powers, or anything like that?
I believe in the 3 Abrahamic faiths and also Egyptian pharaohs.
You believe in the 3 Abrahamic faiths and also Egyptian pharaohs. When you say you believe in the 3 Abrahamic faiths, have you read all of their doctrines from beginning to end?
No, but I have a good concept of each faith.
Can you not hear those beeping noises now?
Why haven't you
sitting
read the
upstairs, like-
doctrines, the Torah, the Tanakh,
Yeah, I think it's the 197's a bit different.
the Quran?
They're not made
Sorry,
readily
there's-
available to someone like me, I'm sorry.
We're hearing the person in the background way louder. Are you like in a restaurant now? Or back on the bus?
I'm on the upper deck of the bus, I'm just talking.
I see. I am gonna see if anyone else would like to have a question or two with Big Angel before I decide I'm just done.
I definitely don't have an empty Monday. Because I drank 2 glasses of water before I left.
So maybe Angel can mute while he's not talking or something. Like that might be
I feel like
helpful.
we were starting to, I don't know, we were getting too much of that conversation. Way too much of that other person's conversation. It seemed like he chose a seat right next to somebody else on the phone. So no thank you. Yet again, I don't think he knows the meaning of the word quiet.
Also, if you grow up in a big city, you get like desensitized to that. Some reason I would have like a breakdown visiting my sister in New York City because people could just like have a conversation over top of somebody next to them, and I was like, I cannot understand what is going on right now.
I'm seeing if I'm as noisy as the bus. My bones are squeaky.
Just put a bell in your like
Bell.
in your cranial cavity. Like the little ding ding.
Put a bell in your cranial cavity. What kind of thing is that to say to a person? What do you think is in my cranial cavity? Cavity? Is that when something's missing?
There's some like glowing orbs. I don't know if the brain is like a metaphysical brain or like still a physical brain in there. So I'm just
That is a good question.
wondering if there's bell room.
Yeah, I've never looked inside to see. That's a good point. Maybe there's nothing. Huh. Wonder how I'm.
I see a couple nostrils there. Do those things still work?
I mean, sometimes. Yeah, no, they work. Yeah. He's still on the bus and he's requesting again. What the? Oh. Does he live on the bus or does he work for the bus company? Maybe he owns buses. A secret shopper for buses. Is that what it is?
Yeah, I think Glamscum got it. They probably do work for the bus companies. That's why they're always on the bus. Angel, it's not that we don't want to talk to you. Just get somewhere quiet. It's not on the bus, or try a different headphone phone combo.
Oh, maybe we do have a request from somebody who's not the same person again and again and again. But maybe it's a different person again who's been here again. No. Here, let's do this.
Or we could ask the bus about their beliefs.
What does the bus believe it's a bus?
I don't know. We'll have to ask the bus.
Can a bus believe? I don't know if Captain Monty meant to be here.
Is a bus without wheels still a bus?
These are bus questions, and I am a simple human man.
Some things might be, well, better for other avenues, other venues. But we will question your beliefs, and otherwise other places and other folk might. Unless maybe did question an emotion, and we questioned whether patience was a feeling. What emotions are we questioning when we question God? Or purpose, higher power, afterlife? What emotions? The AI summary says debating beliefs on the bus. Share your own philosophical question.
I don't mean to upset you, but I am proud.
Oh yeah, I mean, have him come by sometime. I'd be very curious what his assessment is. He more than likely would sit here for 10 minutes, see us waiting, make a joke or two, and say that we're all narcissists or something. I don't know, probably not. Maybe. But if, somebody with a belief in a god or gods, higher powers, or anything like that were to come up and question that belief, see if they could even question, not just answer questions, but really dig down and examine the what and the is and the why and the how of that belief, and maybe see if it really, if it really is even your belief, let alone something worth holding on to. Fascinating, Sebastian. I hope that goes well. I really do. Questioning a parent about beliefs, it's interesting. It's it's, I think it's a healthy thing. I enjoyed questioning my parents. Don't know how they do on the panel. But maybe your parents would do better. So maybe you should send them an invite to this live, and maybe they'll come by and say, hey, I can question my beliefs, and I'll show everyone just how questioning my questionable beliefs can be. And when I question them, I'll be the mightiest questioner on the questioning panel. That questioned. They might actually request who knows, they might scroll through. That'd be cool for a moment, right? Think about it. But maybe you have a belief in a god or something like it. Maybe you can question that belief, and maybe you'll just do that right now, or in a moment. I'm being patient, right? When you call it out, when you address it, then that's patience. has been questioned and can question our beliefs. Nina, do you have any questions for the questioners?
I haven't prepared any. I can let you know if I have any.
Yeah, you don't have to prepare them. Those are some of the best questions, are the ones that just come to mind. Does the word God matter to you more than a God actually being there?
No, it wouldn't matter to me what God would be called.
Does it matter if a God is there or not? I think I asked this several times. I'm just trying to remember.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't really matter, because I think if a God really wanted to present himself in a very clear way, I don't understand why it has to be a mystery, or like, why, if God is out there, why would he care that he wants people to like not know? So no, it doesn't really matter to me whether or not he exists or not. Would you, does it matter to you?
Oh, if a God exists, I think, for the most part, I would like to think not. But imagining one existing, imposing its will upon humanity, or in some way, well, just being an asshole. I think things that it can do, if it is a God, would matter. If there is. But where is there? Or is there any evidence of one?
Do you have any theories or thoughts about how humans or the earth and all the animals and plants and stuff came to existence?
Sorry, so comment. Say that one more time. Apologies.
Do you have any like thoughts or theories about how humans and everything else on Earth came to exist? Or does it not matter?
I mean, I can see the explanation science gives, and well, while they lack some reason why, the how and the sense of it is there. I think I don't know anything beyond what is evidenced or presented. So, for there to be something more seems, well, presumptive, until I have some reason to believe anything more than what I experience. Though, I don't know, there are.
Do you know if scientists have tried to recreate something like the creating something out of nothing or particles, like
something out of nothing, though? What does that
Well,
have to
just
do with creation?
just
Or the
like
beginning?
yeah, like if it's the Big Bang and then particles came together and evolved to become different, creatures and plants and different cells and things like that. Do you know of any studies that scientists have tried to mimic something like that on a smaller scale?
That might be a Blake question, but I don't think so.
Yes, emergent complexity. So when you can do this with simulations, there's even like a little game that you can download. It's kind of like you got to do a little coding to get it to work. But when you have a bunch of different particles that interact with each other and they all have like slightly different rules of how they interact with each other, you start getting things like spheroids forming and these kind of emergent properties start to arise just from the like set rules of how these particles interact, how some are repelled from each other, some are attracted to each other, some are like half and half, so they can like help rearrange the other particles that are like semi-attracted to each other or like attracted to each other and not attracted to each other. So there is some, especially like more from like an abstract mathematical sense, understanding that having this complex set of particles just like let loose, and by them having these set rules of how they interact with each other, there's these patterns that emerge and emergent complexity from those patterns. So that's a field that you can look into, emergent complexity.
Okay.
Emergent complexity. I wonder what has been proven in that field. And is that the same as something from nothing, or is that the complexity of?
Yeah, that wouldn't be quite the same as something from nothing, but it explains how you can get seeming order. Like when we talk about entropy and things, it like there are stages of order along the way to chaos, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
So it was the right concoction of particles that already existed and started interacting with each other.
Hmm. I don't know. If you're talking about a beginning, that I don't think there is some answer for, but we do have a new guest joining. You're welcome to stay, Nina. Jose, can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Yeah, that's kind of what I thought. Jose's asleep there, so we'll set you back down. No worries, Captain Monty. Appreciate you, as always. And appreciate all of you tapping the screen up to 45,000 times. That's really awesome. And the 54 shares, those are really cool too. We could keep going with all of that and maybe get a little more out into the algorithm. And who knows, somebody with a actual belief in a god or gods, higher powers or something like that may request on up and be curious enough or courageous enough to question that belief. I wonder if, if you believe in a God. I wonder if you can question your belief. And if you if you can, if you do, then we've got these boxes up here and plenty of questions that we could ask of you. And maybe in those questions you can question the thing that you hold as your, point of view. Something like that. It's a little Susie, and I didn't think it through. Can someone, try it out here? Maybe the boxes are broken. Jose had the last good one. Looks like Kat's phone died. Maybe not.
I have a question that I'm not exactly sure how to form, but what do you think is why do you think even people who question God or question beliefs, like why are we still drawn towards the topic in general? Like why is there still that inclination even though certain things don't make sense versus people who are able to invest in an idea of God? Does that make sense? I'm not sure how to ask that.
You're asking if, why it is that people still question even though they don't believe, or people who don't believe might be inclined to question that. And I think a lot of the reason is because, people's beliefs inform their actions. And so if people are going to believe in things without reason, it might be good to help them critically think through that. And maybe they'll still believe it. And that's what they do. But at least engaging in the questioning can definitely lead some to consider how dogmatically a view might be held, and how better held it might be if it weren't. There's other reasons people question, maybe because they seek, because they long for something, an acceptance, being seen, being known before they were born, right? Some longing or yearning for that can lead people to accepting that there is some God giving it. Or, as Shell says, a search for truth. Some might expect to find some unknown answer that might be known to them upon revelation or reason. or some just do it because I don't know. That might be the better answer.
Mhm. Yeah, I'm not sure how I would phrase this as a question, but just an observation that some people who don't quite believe in God or a higher power, they're just content with that. They don't need to ask any more questions. They live their life just without that, and they feel content in that. So what kind of, you might have already answered this just now, like what kind of, is it just an interest that you have that makes you want to continue on this topic even, or are you content with your current state of questioning?
I mean, I'm always open to new answers. I'm open to new understandings and questioning the assumptions that I might hold. I think it's a healthy exercise, and I think everybody should engage in it in some way. Some find it relaxing to do here. Some find it engaging. Some find it annoying.
Mm.
But I hope everyone finds it, even if not here.
What's the most recent question you're asking yourself?
It's a heavy one. Maybe. I mean, I always during the live question if I'm too short, too rude, too aggressive with a guest, too quick to drop them. I question that nearly every time. But that's probably not what you meant.
No, but I think you match energy pretty well, you know? So I get that as a host, you would want to make sure you're conducting yourself in a certain way. And I think that, yeah, people come to this space in a certain energy and you're able to kind of reflect that back to them. And I think you do it well.
I appreciate that. Yeah, I do. I think the question you are asking really, and don't let me put words in your mouth, but what is something about me that I question? And that might be a little bit more about the show, about the live
Exactly. Yeah.
process here.
Exactly. Because I see you as someone who's like more developed in your questionings, right? So you probably are further along in the process or something like that. So, like in terms of the topic, are you like where? I don't know exactly how to phrase this.
Mm-hmm. That's fine. Where in my beliefs have I questioned recently?
Yeah.
Well, the conversation previously about the god of the god of all, the volcano, the fireflies, the Smoky Mountains, this this god of grandeur and splendor, this god of paintable scenes. I I don't know that God. I've seen these paintable scenes, and they're beautiful, but I don't know where in there God is. So I questioned where could I mean, is it the sense of awe that how in there is a God? I guess I'm trying to find why it would be anything other than well, excitement, chemical release. What more is it that makes it not anything but a feeling?
Yeah, I think people are very quick to well, if they hold a certain belief, they tend to attribute the beauty of a flower or a like, oh, look at God's creation, it's so glorious, wonderful. Like, I think it's just almost an autopilot response rather than like something deeper.
An autopilot response. Something. Are you talking about something evolved? Some,
Maybe like adopted rhetoric from like if, for example, someone grew up hearing their mom say like, oh, look at like come out to this backyard, look at the beauty of this lawn, the flowers in our garden, look at the bees and the God and this and that. And so maybe when they grow up they might kind of continue that. That's what I mean by autopilot, something that you've become accustomed to view in a certain way because of the environment that shaped you. But also then if we're talking about flowers and stuff, that's, you know, for the most part, maybe some people don't think flowers are beautiful, or they're like unfazed by it. But if you think about the people who are, like, what about the beauty of, like, I don't know, like, or not, what am I trying to say? Like, there are things about this world that are more gruesome, even if it's natural, you know, such as
God too.
yeah. Yeah. I mean, I know that, for example, like lions have to hunt and kill cute. Oh, wait, am I allowed to say that? I have no idea. There's.
You just did.
No, I just mean for the TikTok thing.
You're fine.
Okay. People like freak out about that stuff.
Oh, I know. A lot of lives, yeah. This one's
Yeah.
flagged for adults.
Oh, got it. So I'm not sure if TikTok picks up on certain words and
Just try not to repeat them over and over. It should
got
be okay if you say it once and keep going, as long as it's not a slur
got it.
or a hateful term, or you're not being, hateful. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, just like how nature takes its course with animals hunting animals and things like that. Like that's a part of nature. That's natural, similar to the flowers that you find beautiful. Like, but it's hard to watch, you know. I mean, I wouldn't like be glued to that scene the same way that I might feel at peace watching a bee land on a flower. You know, so how do we attribute those things to God if they're hard to watch, or you know, if we're looking for God in something or in the world?
So then everything would be God, right? The gruesome, the fair, the beautiful, the mundane, the well, the everything, right?
Yeah, the duality of
Is there anything? Is there anything then that wouldn't be God? Sorry.
Well, I mean, I think the first thing that comes to mind is just what I've heard before is like certain sins, which I don't really subscribe to necessarily, but that's what I would like, that's what's been defined as not of God, but I've had a hard time understanding like the idea that it's a perfect world and somehow certain sins are, I don't know, like rules by God. Like, yeah, there are just things that are naturally for me unappealing or sickening. Um, but if God had a hand in creating that, I just wouldn't, I don't know, like, not to be blasphemous or anything, but if I were God, I wouldn't let people harm other people in certain ways. Like, why would I even create that option? Like, why would I plant that thought into someone's head, or like I don't know exactly how to explain, but that's not my idea of a perfect world that I would create. And so that's where I kind of lose um like resonance with something that might be God or something that I'm reaching for. Although I do find for some reason that I just noticed that I keep attributing it to like a certain religion, right? There was like I spent 3 years practicing Kundalini yoga for like almost every day, and so when I forget his name, Cedar, I think it was yesterday, when he was talking about his Buddhism thing being like a more of an action based religion, like I kind of knew where he was coming from, because it's more along the lines of self-development, and there was something I really liked about sitting in meditation and repeating mantras, and I liked that space, and it also, yeah, I just liked it. So I totally understand where he was coming from there. So like having a practice that I don't practice anymore just because I don't really resonate with it, but it was a cool experience when I was trying to find something that felt more authentic than the Christian Bible. It was like a really good chapter in my life to kind of break some phases.
Interesting. Um, do you remember the question though that I had asked?
Oh, do I? I could go back and, but you can repeat it if you, did I miss something?
I was just wondering if you remembered it.
If I take the moment, I could remember.
That'd be great. And while you do that, I'm going to thank everybody for helping with the gift goal, which was really awesome. Martha and Shell. Looks like it was also. Oh, I know there's another name there. Grandpa No Pivot. Hell yeah, appreciate all of you helping with the goal. You guys are amazing. And if you've got a belief in a god or gods, higher powers, or, anything like that, go ahead and request that. We're not here debating or arguing. Nobody's burgling or shaming. We're really just seeing if questioning is a thing you can do and will do. We're questioning, and that's kind of the thing we hope to see in you.
Was your question about those things that we find beautiful being of God? Or was that something after?
No, it wasn't about anything being of God. It was the necessity of it being called God. Does it need to be related to a God for it to have a place of reverence? This probably is not the exact question, but now it is. There's a feeling of awe, need to be called God, to have a place of reverence, a place of to be important.
Well, since the term already exists, I mean, it's adopted a lot of different meanings to different people. So if we were to just label that feeling, we'd have to maybe come up with a new word for it. That's like going to stay in that place of God, but without all of the attachments of different scriptures. Does that make kind of sense? Because I understand the feeling that you're talking about, or the idea that you're talking about, but there's not a word for it because the words that we already have at our disposal are already attributed to something else, and
Why does it need to be called God?
I don't think it needs to be called God.
Okay,
But
does calling it God make it more special? More important?
I think that there's been a certain gravity placed upon the word God, and a certain almost fear instilled around it, to where you're either respect that word because of the meaning placed on it, because you really believe in it, or because you just want to be mindful of what that word means to other people, or you intentionally degrade that word. Like you come up and disrespect what the significance of that word and the ideas that it's attached to, right?
Is that what it is for you, a significance that you've attached to the word God?
Yeah, exactly. And maybe not everybody feels that way, but I think that, yeah, yeah, the environment that shaped me, kind of, yeah, already puts a certain weight on that idea of God. And I don't need it, but it's like kind of ingrained in me. Yeah, so I can only speak to my perspective.
I wonder if that ingrainment needs to be permanent. Will it always be, or will you ever look past God for the feeling that word provides?
Well, I think that if I'm just with myself, I don't, like, if I'm thinking or meditating on something without using words, like I just have an understanding that comes quickly without forming words, I can do away with God or labeling that as God. But when I'm interacting with the people around me who have a certain understanding of that, I kind of, well, I have a good example, but I just don't want to bring it up on here. Or, but it is a good analogy. I just don't want to offend anyone.
It sounds like you might be going somewhere you feel like you shouldn't, and generally on TikTok, I'd say that's a good instinct. So let's turn the tables again. If you'd like, Nina, did you have any more questions for me?
No, I think no, I mean, I'm sure I do. I'm not super familiar with, what do you call it? Socratic questioning?
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm not sure yet, I'm still learning like what kind of questions that means. So I'm just trying to like because I like like a lot of the conversations that happen on here. And so for the sake of keeping setting a tone that's has some sort of value, I'm trying to come up with things to ask, but like there's a lot I'm curious about. I just don't know how I would phrase it.
You don't have to have perfect Socratic questions every time, but it does help to know what is intended by a Socratic question. You've watched the show for a while now. Can you
This is
think
like
of...
my third live ever.
I know. Well, it's your second time being interviewed, and you've heard a lot of questioning happen. So, what would you say seems to be the type of question that is favored?
So usually, what from my observations, someone comes up here with a very particular idea, and you're able to ask a certain type of question based off of that idea. And so, just coming up with something out of thin air is where I find the block.
I see. Yeah. Sometimes it's based on experience. The belief is something I've heard of, and I know a few questions that might cause some critical thinking. It may take me a while to get to those, but some of them are really good, and some of them are really boring. But that's not generally what it is. It's not knowing what question, like how to respond, and that is good to know. But there's a shape of the question. So, for instance, you wouldn't want to ask someone a question like this now, would you? Do you hear the tone of that question? What did I do with it?
Your inflection.
Not just the way I said it, but the words. I told you what you want to do and don't want to do.
Right, like
I
the
led you
assumption.
somewhere, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't want to lead you somewhere. I don't want to take you to an answer and force you there and say that's what you are and do that.
Mm.
I want to see where you go with the question. I might narrow the scope. I might say, do you have a belief in a God or God's higher power or anything like it? Instead of what is your belief? That's a big one. What is your belief? I asked it for a long time. Gets weird answers. Really weird answers. So, do you have a belief in a God or gods, a higher power or something like that? Something like that opens the question wide up, right?
Yeah.
It still tells you I want, though, something godlike, that kind of thing, something supernatural. And if we go to another belief, we ask specifically about that, but it's still going to open end. It's not going to be like, well, I have a hard time thinking of the terrible questions, even though I ask them sometimes. But a better one might, or a good one might be something like, what does the word moral mean to you?
Mm.
See how wide open that question is. Open-ended, gives you room to think.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody forced you in a box.
Do you believe that there is a right and a wrong? Like subject, like for everyone, like a universal right and wrong?
No, I don't know what that would mean.
So do you believe
Universal.
just like a set of principles or morals that, um, like if someone commits a particular crime, do you think that it's necessarily wrong, or do you think that it could be right? And that's what I mean along the lines of, is there a like a set wrong and right that we're all ingrained with?
Mm-hmm. I don't know. I would have to ask questions about the question. Like, what is right? What is wrong? Do I think something like that is ingrained in us? I don't know. I don't know why it would be, except perhaps the certain evolutionary drives that we might maintain. Many of them, I expect, are socially driven. But what right is and what wrong is, I think, might be different from person to person. Although I have heard reasons against it, and I question those too. Uh-oh. Now the AI says the host leads a discussion on belief and morality. Share your thoughts. I mean, I guess kinda. We did delve there a moment. Do you think there is an inherent right and wrong, Nina? That everyone must, or is born with?
Well, I suppose there's a reason why incarceration exists, so I guess enough people thought that a certain actions constitutes a reason to be removed from society. And before we had, I'm assuming, things like jails, they would get ostracized, but that would also probably be based on what's okay with the tribe, or so but the people who commit those actions, I don't know if they're just wired differently to where those things bring them some kind of enjoyment. But to me, I don't know if I could put myself in those shoes, because to me, yes, there is a pretty clear natural instinct to conduct myself in a certain way. So I don't know if it's something that should or shouldn't happen for everyone. I wonder why, and I wonder if there's a way that could not exist at some point. Can we, can a certain collective create enough influence to where the certain things become unappealing and just remove them from the world? Nobody's interested in doing those things. Because I guess peace looks different for everyone. What about your opinion on this?
Well, I was still kind of waiting for your answer to whether right or wrong is inherent. I heard you kind of answer, but
Yeah, to me, in my own shoes, it is inherent. But just knowing that other people take different actions, I wonder if it is inherent because they chose a different path than me.
chose. When did they choose?
Well, I'm trying to be vague with terminology, but just bad things.
You don't have to be.
Just I wonder if it is an inherent trait that we all share, the people who go against that inherent trait, do they know that, or are they actually just wired differently? Maybe it's not an inherent trait. And if there was a world where where those two, or maybe there's more than two, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to put this into words. What is missing from the answer that did I like beat around the bush?
Not quite so much this time. It sounds like you're questioning it this time. That's what I'm hearing mostly, is that you do hold a belief of some inherent moral goodness or badness, but that you see reason to question it because others, so many others, might make different decisions, think they are right, and you, of course, must wonder where they get off. Right. Could it possibly be that all, well, a majority at least, of what we consider moral actions, good and bad, are entirely decided upon by, well, our society and us? Think of a law, for instance, one today that is kind of common sense. Everybody knows. Can you think of one?
Paying taxes.
Paying taxes, is that a moral good?
I'd say it's just, I don't think it has to do with morality. I think
Could that be what moral systems do too? Religion, government. Aren't those things the moral proclamations they decide, just things they decide?
yeah, but there's also an imbalance of give and take as well. Like if you think about, like if we look at that system on a smaller scale in terms of like a tribe, you know, that, or what I imagine is something that a system that comes together, everyone, there might be a leader that people look to and everyone contributes for a functioning society, but the way that it seems to be developed on this larger scale just seems really, really flawed. And I don't know what would work better, but I'm sure that a better way exists.
A better way. Do you think that better way must, well, is the only way? The right way?
No, but I think it would create more opportunities for more people to be able to live in their authenticity. You know, so like create more of a choice. Because a lot of times we're forced to fill our lives with things that like things such as jobs or um uh, that may not be aligned with like our deepest passions or desires, because it helps us to feel more solidified. So I think that if the majority of people weren't spending like the best, most sunny part of their day doing something that they don't absolutely love, I think that creates a lot of problems. And
Interesting. Before we go any further down this road, and nothing wrong with it though, Nina, I do need to thank everybody for the 60,000 times you tapped the screen. 61,000, there we go. Appreciate everybody tapping this screen. Also, thank you for sharing the live out those 60 times. That's a number. Bet we could do better. Just go down, hit that bent little arrow, and copy the link a few times. Maybe send it to a friend or add it to your story, repost, whatever works for you. Lots of options. Appreciate all of those. Help getting us out to the FYP and maybe across the screen of somebody who's curious enough or courageous enough to question their beliefs. And if that's you, well, you know what to do. I already said it. Boxes. Click one. And then Nina won't have to keep pontificating on her worldview too much. No offense. I just
no, I'm not offended at all.
wondered
Just
where the last meander went. Do you have any more questions, Nina?
no, nothing specific that I can formulate and let it be within the theme, probably.
Well, it doesn't always have to be directly within the theme. You can ask.
Oh, something happened.
Well, while we reassemble Thrayle, make sure you keep tapping that screen, repost, do all the things. Do your heart me for the day.
This is wrong. Something.
I feel like we're upside down.
Yeah, there's something wrong about this. We need to fix this. I think that's what I meant to do. Oh, just in time too. Bunched everyone up. But if you meant to question your beliefs and hit one of these boxes here, You didn't do it yet. You gotta put your finger on the. I think they're little hands from your perspective, and then they say request. You click on one of those, or there's pink and blue people down there next to the chat box. You click on those, and either way, you find your way up here, and well, Nina asks you the hardest questions that you've ever had to face. Okay, Blake asks you the hardest questions you. We're going to ask you questions just to see if you can question your beliefs. Maybe not the hardest, but some of them might be tough. Some of them you might not have ever thought of before. That could be fun.
Like, what is your best belief?
When you say best belief, do you mean like the
Oh,
belief that
bus,
will
like
bail
Angel's
you out?
bus.
Oh, bus belief. Bus. I thought you said best belief, and I was really confused for a moment. It's like, is there a hierarchy? Do people have multiple beliefs, and one of them's the best, and the rest are just kind of lesser beliefs? One's good, one's better, but this is the best belief.
No, I want to know what your autobus believes.
Shell says, how do we measure best? It's a good question. But, then she never minded it, so never mind. Oh, no, still a good question, though. Well, Vi, that kind of raises the question that best belief raised in me, which was, do you mean best like the best out of a group, or is it the best? Like this is just it's just the best explanation. It's the best belief I can come up with. Or is it like the wildest, zaniest, wackiest belief? Is that the best? What does best mean? But he did say bus and corrected it multiple times, so now we're just kind of, well, no, it's not even a dead horse, it's one that was never there. And we're kicking the air. Maybe if somebody had a belief in a god or gods or something like that and requested it up, then we could question them. And then, well, then I could stop this never-ending segue and we could, get to the questioning. Yeah, but I probably not TikTok appropriate. do we think, speaking of bus belief, do we think he's had time to get somewhere quiet? Should we give him another chance? Blake, has,
Yes.
has questioning a belief ever burned you?
No, I don't think so. I
Has
think
it
that there
ever?
has been emotional, not repercussions, but like it can, there can be an emotional toll, but I don't think that that doesn't make it worth it. If that makes sense.
So
Don't
there's
mean
no.
emotional toll like it's taking a toll on me. That was a little dramatic. I just mean it can be emotional sometimes.
Is there an emotional toll too high to question belief?
If someone is actually questioning, I don't think so. I'm sure that there's like some terrible belief that you can come up with that be like, oh, or like the opposite. I don't know. I don't know.
The panel is too adjusted for Vita Cope. That's unfortunate.
Sorry, what'd you say? You're a little quiet. Also, traffic
Oh, I
starting here.
was. Let me be really noisy for a moment, just so I can be louder. If anybody's got a belief in a god or gods, higher powers, or anything like that, go ahead and request up. We're not here to debate or argue, just to see if you can question your beliefs. And if you can, we've got some questions for you. Oh, didn't even get to ask one. Damn. way too early for a poem, isn't it? Far too soon for wake-up music.
A poem sounds good.
Yeah, but that usually means the end.
Oh,
Yeah.
it could also be thought-provoking, though. So anyone who's...
Could be.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've used poems in the middle before, but usually it signifies the end of the live. I'd hate for someone to scroll in and see me reading the poem and just keep scrolling because it's poem time. But maybe, though. Maybe we just need more people to scroll in at all. Right, Heather? We need to pull the thread of someone's quilt of reality. Or something like that. That was pretty poetic. I understand that, Witty. I've definitely pulled some threads on my reality lately. This, well, it does unravel, yeah, just a bit. But maybe that unraveling is a good thing. Maybe that's the way to find the skipped stitch, the missing thread, the thing that doesn't fit. Hello, Karu. Hope you're doing well. And I hope everybody who's just joining us is doing well. Hope everyone's having a great evening or morning or whatever time it is. I notice I'm having a little bit of a lag. It's actually it's a lot of bit of a lag. Yeah, look at that. It's a big gap. For me, the music just keeps going, even when I'm not here. Yeah, I didn't go far. My lag didn't go far either, but it seems a little better. It's delayed. We'll get there. And if you're asleep and you are resting well and peacefully, well then, maybe think about waking up and tapping the screen just a little bit. And to everybody else who is awake, if you've got a belief in a god or gods, higher powers, or anything like that, and you can question that belief, then go ahead and request up. I'm not here for debates or arguments. I'm not here to make you look like a fool. I just want to know if you even can question your beliefs. And if you can, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe? And I'll bet we've got a few more questions for you. If of course, questioning's a thing you can even do. Did I put all 81 of you to sleep? At least a few of you are still tapping, so appreciate you guys. And if we all keep tapping, we'd probably get out to that FYP and double that number, and maybe get somebody in here curious enough, or, calm enough to question their beliefs. Okay, well, I guess my last segue was so enticing that we lost 2 people, so good job, everybody. Well, good job, Thrayle, right? But let's try again, and maybe this time I'll bring you a little closer. And if you have a belief, one of those beliefy things that where you accept a thing to be a thing that's true, or take it on as your truth, whatever it means to you. If you've got one of those things and you can question it, and it's the kind that's in like God or gods or goddesses, or maybe it's in just a general higher power thingamajig, whatever it is. If you can question that belief, and I mean really question it, then go ahead and request up. Yeah, the rambling doesn't do us any favors, does it? I thought it might. I'll stop. It's okay. I can take the hint. Oh, messed up my hair for a minute. Well, thanks for all the shares, Kuru. And thank all of you for sharing the live, tapping the screen, doing all those things that help us get out to the FYP. You guys are amazing. Thank you, Heather's Descent. Appreciate you. Hell yeah. Look at that. Maybe somebody in here has got a belief. Maybe you just scrolled through and you have no idea what to do. But if you've got a belief in a god or something like that, and you can question that belief, hit one of those boxes there and request on up. I'm not here for debates or arguments. I'm not looking for a long-winded soliloquy on the nature of the universe or what it is you think religions are really wrong about. What I want to know is what you believe, like God or something like that, afterlife or something like that. If it's one of those things and you believe it and you can question it, that's what we're doing here. Just seeing if you really can. And if you can, you got 4 boxes and some pink and blue people down there next to the chat box. If you click any of those options, you'll find your way up, and we'll probably have some questions for you. If not, like maybe an hour of no believer, and I'll have a poem to read for all of you, and that might be the way that this ends. Well, tonight. Anyways, who knows? Who knows what tomorrow brings? It absolutely can, Heather's Descent. Life changing. Really can. Unexpectedly, too. And and it's, it's one of those things that questioning your beliefs can do. Can change your mind, change your outlook, your point of view, your ways of doing things, maybe even, well, what makes you you. Questioning a belief can definitely lead to, well, awesome changes. I think might be the right term. Things you wouldn't expect and things you might not otherwise have found. Questioning is definitely, well, it's definitely powerful. And if you think that you can handle the power of questioning your beliefs, then go ahead and request up. We're not looking for debates. We're not looking for arguments. We're looking for honest interlocutors capable of, coherently questioning a belief that they hold. That's it. That's what we're doing. Nothing special. No tricks. No gotchas. Just questions to see if you've even got yours. Why stay in the shallow end of the belief pool when you can cannonball into the deep end of beliefs? Lovely, lovely, Heather. Really. Anybody looking to do a cannonball? Plunge into the questioning of your own assumptions. Let's do it. Request up.
The pool did just open, so I might make that happen today, cannonball wise.
It is that time of year, isn't it? It's getting hot here. Swimming does sound great. Rather than get stuck on the analogy, though, fun as it is, if you've got a belief in a god or gods, higher powers, or anything like that, splash on up. No, that was bad. flop that one. Hell yeah, guys. We're up to 80,000 taps. That's fucking amazing. You guys are incredible. Really do appreciate every single one of you tapping the screen. Thank you guys so much for sharing the live. Also, every one of those taps and shares gets us out to the FYP. And who knows, maybe across the page if somebody curious enough or courageous enough to question their belief in a god or higher powers or anything like that. Nina, have you fallen asleep?
No, I have not fallen asleep.
Have you come up with any new questions, either for me or for Blake? He doesn't get asked enough questions, I don't think.
Well, I was actually pondering about the idea that I don't know if it's considered a belief, so that's why I haven't come forward with it, but just the idea that maybe we create our own reality.
What does it mean to create our own reality?
That's what I'm trying to figure out or think about. Just if God is not part of the equation, then or a higher power, what if we create our own kind of power through maybe action has something to do with it, but not always. It's just something I was just kind of thinking about. It's not fully evolved, but just since I've been leaning away from the idea of feeling like I have to lean on an outside source for something deeper, I've been kind of just now exploring the idea that, because I've heard that terminology before where like you are the creator of your own reality, but I'm trying to figure out what that really means.
Why do you need to lean on something? What do you mean by that?
Well, I think we talked about that a little bit earlier. Just it might have been kind of a fallback comfort that
Is it actually a need? What happens if you don't fulfill this need? Thank you, Shell. Appreciate you.
I don't know. I feel like at least at the moment, I'm in a place of contentment to where I'm not feeling the need to seek any answers or I don't have any questions really. I'm just chilling, for lack of better words. But I'm sure I'll have some kind of a mini crisis that will stimulate that, a new thought.
When you say that could be, like, are you familiar with the concept of an egregore? I mean, not that I'm an expert on it, but
I've heard that word. I couldn't tell you what the definition is.
it kind of sounds like what you are talking about, but like when you say that like a power, like we can create a power, like what power is being created?
I keep coming back around to your mindset, you know, in how you approach situations and how you carry yourself. Like, kind of, I know when I say this, someone's going to be like, what is energy? But like just the energy that you hold as you walk into a room or participate in something.
Could couching it in this metaphysical language versus understanding how maybe like meditating on these thoughts, um, like their emotional impact, could that keep you from further exploring like these emotions and thoughts by getting it caught up in being couched in like spiritual language?
Yeah, I mean, I would say even just 3 days ago, I had so many more questions. And like, kind of like Heather said, like I always have questions. I think I would be like really interested in hearing more perspectives from other people to stimulate more questions. Or other people or other sources. Maybe I don't know if anyone has any book recommendations.
Like when you talk about like the power that you're creating, like to me it sounds like you're talking about kind of like creating um mental fortitude, whether that's like coming from having a community that you are going and like having this belief system with, or like just like in by oneself, like basically like mentally steeling oneself against the day by taking time to like be meditative or contemplative. And do you think if it's possible that if we attribute that to an exterior power versus the process or like the rumination, it might obscure our ability to like fully utilize that tool?
Yeah, possibly. Like I said earlier, I think sometimes like having a higher power kind of allows you to take responsibility away from things that are of your own doing or of your own creation, right? I don't want to repeat myself, or I don't mind, but it won't be as eloquent as before because it's 2 a.m. where I am. But is that what you were kind of getting at? I think that sometimes, like what I realized a little bit earlier was maybe sometimes having a religion or a God that you pray to for some kind of a guidance, or a lot of people use prayer, and I found myself in this place as well years ago, where I'd be like, okay, God, I want this thing. And then, and if it doesn't happen, then I'm like, okay, well, God knows all. Maybe I'm not ready for it. Or when really I could just take it upon myself to create a situation where I am ready for it.
Yeah, I think at the end there, that's kind of what I was getting at. If we externalize the cause and effects in our life to something external, then and like we don't know that that's there, can that cause us to like misunderstand how, oh gosh, yeah, I'm not being very eloquent right now either. So I feel you. Um, like yeah, if we're attributing things to something external, can that make it difficult for us to determine what is internal and like not only take credit for or like take responsibility for the things we need to take responsibility for that are like negative, but also the take responsibility for the positive things that we've done, like the mental work and self-reflection that we've done, and like giving yourself a pat on the back, like when you feel that drive to like want to better yourself and be a contemplative person that is considering their actions.
Yeah, I mean, I guess one thing that really stood out about what you just said at the end there is just the part about giving yourself a pat on the back for like accomplishing your own things. Like to me, the first thing that jumped out was, I don't know if I really care to do that. Like that wouldn't be my personal motivation. So I don't particularly resonate with that part, but I agree that, yeah, but I agree with the rest of what you said.
Yeah, just kind of like encouraging yourself in whatever way. But that's also what like do you feel like you don't deserve the credit, or that just doesn't have any like giving yourself credit doesn't like, man, that just doesn't do anything for me.
Well, I think if the goal is just to stay growing, then it's a constant movement. So I think I maybe associated that kind of pat on the back as like mission accomplished, when really it's just a constant expanding. So I don't think there's always something new to work on. So not that I'm in a rush to get there, but I don't think I don't need to like praise myself for. It's I think it's just more of like another layer of like peace, or like just like oh cool, something clicked, let's keep going.
Do you think that you might deserve credit for the steps along the way of personal improvement? Like, if the improvement is always a constant thing, then there's never really like an end where that like self-congratulations can be, and not that it needs to be in like an egotistical way, but in the way that you're talking about how like thinking about these things, or like thinking about like other topics, or like praying can kind of help you like prepare for um, things. Um, Giving yourself credit for those improvement steps along the way can also kind of like put you in a mental mindset to like continue to do that. And of course, like some people just aren't going to connect with that. So it's people are different. But do you think that when a process is continuous and there's no like true endpoint to it, that you um, can have room to give yourself like congratulations when you do make steps along the journey?
You know, I'm awesome. Like I you know, I I think like one of the biggest ways that I would resonate with that is like as an athlete, you know, when you like perfect a certain move or whatever, um like that always feels good, you know, to get praise for like helping your team out or some things like that. Or yeah, just for sure it's cool to have recognition for cool things that you accomplish, depending on where it's coming from too, you know, like if it's a shared experience with people who are also like excited about that thing. Is that
Yeah, for sure. That's exactly the enjoying the little, or like celebrating the steps along the way. Like even if I don't know sports at all, but even if you didn't make it to the finals, like you celebrate the wins along the way.
yeah.
And if you want to celebrate the wins along the way of questioning your beliefs, then go ahead and request on up. Any of these boxes here would work for you. We're not looking to, you know, burgle your God, or, destroy your belief. We are just looking to see if you can question it. And if you can, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it?
Blake, I want to ask you a good question. I don't know. I'm new to that. But I do feel like it's an uneven thing.
Oh, no pressure. I've questioned you a lot this evening, so I will definitely open to some questions whenever they come up to you.
Yeah, it's just a weird. I find myself feeling weird being put in a position, like being asked questions about stuff that, like, who am I to have an opinion on something that I'm not, like, I don't know much about. Yeah, I've been really hoping someone would come up and share something.
Me too. I've been watching that queue, watching the comments, just waiting for someone with a belief in not soul, whatever the fuck a soul is. Still haven't figured that one out.
I mean, it's amazing that there's like 85 people in here right now, and nobody's requesting. Yeah,
No.
it's like we're all waiting for the
85,
same thing.
right? 85 amazing questioners or sleepers. That's probably, I mean, some of them sleeping, some of them questioning. And who knows, there might be a fair bit mixing in between questioning their sleeping and sleeping about, dreaming about questioning. But either way, somebody's going to have a belief and be lucid and question it on this panel in approximately 30 minutes, or I'm going to read a poem and go to bed. I would normally, I mean, I think maybe another 3 hours would be called for, but I could probably use the sleep. But let's see if there is a request. Is that? No, not a real request. Okay.
There was someone earlier who was saying, I'm thinking about coming up, but I'm hesitant. I'm trying to scroll up and see who that was. Was it Witty? Is Witty still in here? Come on up. Don't be shy.
I don't think I've ever had Witty on panel. We've spoken to him a few times, and I mean, more than a few times, nearly daily in BC, but not on the live.
Yeah, come on up, Witty. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, Witty, you're welcome up if you wanted to, but anybody with a belief in a god or gods or something like that can also find their way up. And no pressure at all to anybody who can't. Oh my goodness, my headphones fell off. I'm gonna fix that. I'd say that never happened before, but somebody will say that happens to a lot of skeletons. And then we're just stuck on that. You know, yeah, that old joke. Maybe you've got a belief in a god or gods, or something like it. Maybe you can question that belief. And if you can, hit the request button. And if you happen to be tapping the screen wildly and request it up, you'll notice your pink and blue people next to the chat have turned white. And that'll let us, well, I mean, that lets you know that you're in the queue. And if you didn't mean to be, just hit them again and TikTok will help you out. But if you did mean to be up here and you want to question your beliefs, go ahead and request up, and we'll definitely have some questions for you.
Blake, are you a scientist?
In a way, I'm not doing any like studies right now, but I went to school for biomedical engineering, and now I do wetland restoration and landscaping, like landscape architecture.
Okay. Yeah, I ask because, I mean, even if it's just more of a hobby or interest, that I just notice your questions come from a scientific sounding place.
Yeah, my area of specialization in school was like AI, mathematics, and coding. So but I also have like the bio background. So I tend to come at it from like a everything from a very like psychological and scientific perspective for sure.
Do you have any particular significant moments that like spiraled you into questioning or um, like a background in religion, or if you're willing to share like what sparked this interest of questioning beliefs in God?
Yeah, I grew up Catholic, and there was a lot of the messed up stuff that was going on with the priests, and around the time that I was a kid, and my church ended up getting shut down because my priests drove themselves into a wall. And um, so I don't want to go into a lot of details on that, but yeah, you can guess why they did that. So very early on, I, while I still had like religious inclinations and feeling, it was like tied up in grooming. So I had to do a lot of unpacking around that.
Was there anything specific about, because in like the Catholic scripture, that you first noticed like an incongruence with, um, like the like something you didn't resonate with, and you were like, "Huh, I wonder." Like, what was your first question about like scripture?
Um, I think the one that sticks out, I don't know if it was first, but the one that sticks out to me the most, because I got the most in trouble for, was asking about communion. Like once we started, because when you're Catholic, you go to catechism after church every Sunday, which is basically like religious class after church, and you do that every Sunday and sometimes other days as well until you're confirmed. And so it's like Sunday school, but it's like a little more rigorous than what like I experienced going to like a Baptist one. And um, you like go into the doctrine more. And so we were like talking about the transubstantiation when the basically the wine and the Eucharist is transformed into the body and blood of Christ. And I was like, wait, what? We're like actually doing ritualistic cannibalism? And so that one sticks out to me, where I was like, wait, what? We like think we're actually eating the blood and body of this person? That's a little wild.
Wow, that's a heavy thought to have as a child.
Yeah, it like legit messed me up. I was like, this is gross. Like I was like all of a sudden I felt like I was like in a room of like serial killers all of a sudden. I was like, you're like all okay with this? Like what is happening?
I think for me, I would, because I didn't have like a big understanding, or well, maybe understanding is not the right word, but I didn't feel like a huge inclination towards those teachings. And so more than anything, I would pay attention to the people who would present themselves as an example of those teachings, or who would impose those teachings. I would pay attention and be like, okay, so they're saying that they believe in God and this is important, but the way that they're living their life does not align with that. And so, and then there were other people that I really looked up to as role models who had the same belief in Christianity, but they carried themselves in a way that I admired. So I was like, okay, well, so maybe it's just has to do with whether or not someone's taking it seriously or not. You know, it's like who you are as a person. It doesn't matter like what you're saying about the same book. So to me, that's where I started seeing things that don't align. Like when someone like, I'll use like an athlete as an example, like someone who, you know, credits that game that they won towards God and saying like, oh, like, thank God I won this. And they're like a respectable person, someone I look up to. I'm like, that seems like really real for them. Like, it doesn't seem like it's a play, or performative, but there are other people who are like, oh, God is my everything. And, even hearing their tone of voice in saying something like Jesus loves you sounds like super cringy, or like, ew, like it doesn't feel authentic. Just,
Jesus loves you. Yeah, no.
yeah, you know
Yeah,
what I mean?
that's yeah, there's a certain tone where it's said with malice, and I'm like, what?
Or it just sounds like yuck. Like, no, you don't believe that. Like, there's no, like, it just you can hear the inauthenticity.
It's the bless your heart cadence, but with the Jesus loves you.
Yeah, send to Hewitt. Yeah, the heaven thing is hung me up. Like, it's if you're gonna accept that idea of, it's just something you're gonna have to be like delusional about, or, you know, if that's your goal. I don't even know. To me, that just
We have a request.
Yay!
It's a Witty. Hello, Witty. How are you? Can I get your age for TikTok, TOS?
I am 41. Can you hear me all right?
I can hear you. And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher powers, or anything like that?
Not currently.
Not currently. And why not?
A few months ago, I went from Christian to agnostic. And yeah, like with the help of TikTok deconstruction and this live as well. So yeah.
What was it that you would say helped you deconstruct the most? Was there a question or a problem posed? Some argument made?
I think the moment that I disconnected myself from the concept of God was when I actually Googled the origin of the Abrahamic God, and I saw it in writing that he was originally, I'm probably going to say this wrong, Canaanite God. So when I read that for the first time, I was able to disconnect the concept that I have been holding my whole life. And in that moment, I was able to let it go. And, well, maybe not completely. I still have a few habits. But, yeah, I'm in the process.
In the process of processing.
Yeah, pretty much.
Does there need to be a God for you now?
I've kind of been waiting for a question like that, actually. Does a God need to exist? I'm trying to think of how to word it. Wait, let me make sure I get this right. Can you repeat that question one more time, please, Thrayle?
Does it matter to you if a God exists?
Okay. Does it matter to me if a God exists? I'm not sure. I've been holding on to the belief for so long that, I don't know, it's scary, but yeah, I don't know yet. It's scary, but I want to say it. I want to say that it doesn't matter if a God exists, but I'm still letting go, if that makes sense.
What do you mean by scary?
The thought of God not being there, the thought of no afterlife, the thought of no heaven, no hell, the thought of it could just be oblivion like it was before I was born. But at the same time, when I think about before I was born, you don't feel anything. So if I don't feel anything anymore, well, maybe that would, I don't know, maybe that's a good thing that I can maybe one day embrace. If that's true anyway.
Does that make you want to live a certain way or accomplish certain things or, I don't know, leave something behind for your family or anything like that? Like, does it make you want to prepare if this is it and there's no afterlife? Like, does it make you feel like you gotta accomplish certain things?
Not really. Like, when I think about it, I feel kind of too tired to, like, emotionally, mentally, too tired to worry about a legacy or leaving something behind or accomplish something big. I used to want to publish my stories that I write. I put one on Amazon, but that was pretty much it. But nowadays I've been making coats and sewing and discovering other skills that I have, so I don't think I really want to accomplish anything. I have a bucket list, but it's kind of short. But I think I'd be okay if I don't accomplish much.
If you could turn back the clock and have your belief again, would you take that comfort that it gave, knowing that something could be faulty within?
That's a really good question. I think I would not go back. I think leaving Christianity brings me back to a sense of wonder, and I think I'd rather have the wonder and the curiosity and not seeking any answers and just observing the world and life and, letting the mystery linger, I think. Because I don't think anybody actually has the real truth and facts about everything, so yeah, I think I'd rather have the wonder.
Does the wonder give you comfort?
It kind of does. The thought of not knowing what is beyond or even beyond our known galaxy or universe. I mean, for all we know, we could be like a spilled drink in some cosmic kitchen. But yeah, it is comforting.
That would explain the expansion, huh?
It would. That's my little theory. We're just a spill of water and we just keep expanding.
Why, why does that give you comfort?
I think it's the mystery. It's kind of fascinating to me, I guess. Just a fascination with, and like letting go of things that I might have thought were real. Yeah, letting go of things like that. Yeah, if that makes sense. I don't mean for my answers to like distract me away from what the question was.
What might convince you that your former belief is true again?
I have imagined you asking me that question many times, and my answer is in the movie Dogma, when God comes down, it's Alanis Morissette, and she, with her voice, like it's a really powerful voice, But anyway, she'd have to come down and boot me on the nose, I think, at this point.
Boot you on the nose. I think that had a lot of power because of what she just did right before that, right?
That's true.
So would it take that? Would you need to witness God scream unaliving angels
Yeah.
and then boop you on the nose?
Yes.
And that alone would make you believe in God, not just the awesome power of Alanis Morissette's vocal range.
Yeah.
I see. And would you worship that God, knowing that it exists and has that awesome vocal power?
I think I would be brave and try to have a one-on-one heart-to-heart with God, and then maybe I'll consider worshiping.
With an interpreter, of course, right?
Of course.
Because the angel exploding.
Yeah, I don't want my head blown off.
That's not good. Definitely not by God voice. So,
Yeah.
Witty, what, well, you say you would try your best to have a one-on-one and not really answering if you would worship the God. Is there anything that might make you worship that God?
I think having a better understanding, I guess, like in the one-on-one conversation, I would have a lot of questions for them. But after the talk, and after I would understand a few things, maybe I would. I think it would have to take the talk first, and then me to understand, and then I would consider worshiping. I feel like I repeated my answer. I'm sorry if I did.
And in the worship of this God, is there anything you wouldn't do, knowing that it has this awesome, Alanis Morissette vocal power?
Anything that I wouldn't do?
If it commanded you.
Oh God. I wouldn't kill my son, that's for sure.
I see.
I
So
wouldn't.
no Isaac and Abraham.
Yeah, I wouldn't cause any harm to anybody.
Okay. Do you want there to be a God?
Honestly, I kind of want there to just be a heaven, because then I would be able to see my sister again. But if there's no God, and there doesn't have to be a God. Nah. But a heaven would be nice.
You say that a heaven might be nice because you might gain the reunion with your sister. Isn't the only reason for you to want for a heaven is that reunion?
Honestly, yeah. Losing her was a bigger impact on my life than I thought it would be. I mean, I've lost family before, and she wasn't blood sister, but she was a very best friend and practically sisters. But yeah, I've lost people in the past, an uncle, my grandma, and I didn't mourn this hard. I kind of feel bad because I actually lost another friend who used to be my boyfriend ages ago. He passed too, and I'm still mourning my sister. And yeah, that's my only reason, I think.
How will it, let me rethink this question.
Take your time. It's an honor to be up here.
It's an honor to have you. Appreciate you, Whitty.
Likewise.
What would it mean for you, for it, well, for there not to be, and well, yeah, what would it mean for you, for there not to be an afterlife at all? Is that something that is to be feared?
The idea is scary. But at the same time, I mean, passing away is something for everyone, and it's not something that you can just push the pause button on. So it would totally be out of my hands. To be feared, I think I'm still deciding that, actually, if to fear it or not, at least for me. It's, the idea is scary, but it would be something.
Would you want for your sister to be in an eternal place forever?
That's a good question, actually. Only if she would want it forever.
So only if she would want it.
Yeah.
Is that the same for you?
Pretty much.
Would you want a forever?
I have thought about that question. Like, would I even... I mean, eternity and infinity is something that we really can't comprehend. Maybe oblivion would be better. In some cases, I think. Because, yeah, existing forever, I don't think I want to even try to wrap my mind around that concept.
Heather's Descent says that they used to want for that, but now it sounds hellish.
Yeah.
I don't know if I want eternal anything, especially if it's not consensual. That would be odd for the universe to do. Well, the universe doesn't really care about our consent for existing, but it would be strange to force that eternally.
It would. It would be just another cruelty.
So if the, at least in the Christian idea of heaven, it paints this picture of there's no sickness, there's no pain, there's no suffering. But you know, what that kind of makes me think of is like in a situation where, like, if you lost a sister, that you may have like really connected over painful things that you experienced here, but then you go to heaven, would you even have that same connection? You know, if you don't have any concept of pain or suffering, what would that look like, I wonder? You know, if heaven is a thing.
Yeah. That is a good question. If there was no pain or suffering, would we even remember our experiences?
Would you remember like longing for your sister, you know, if she passed away and you are here still grieving the loss of her? So if you go to heaven and meet your sister, I wonder, like, you know, would all these years and spent on earth, like, how would that translate? And also, like, I had something else. I'll wait on that.
I don't know how that would translate. That is a concept I'll have to think about, though, because I know that question has been asked before. Well, in so many words. I would like to, I would at least like to remember the pain, even if it's not experienced in heaven, I guess. But
why?
It would be that much more meaningful. Excuse me. I think at least remembering how it felt losing her would just make it more meaningful. Be reunited with her again. Would just make it that much more special.
Why would you be reunited?
I'm not sure why. Or what do you mean by that question?
It was the question I asked.
Why would we be reunited?
Yes.
I don't know.
Why would you?
Only if there was a heaven and we were both going to it.
And why would either of you go to a heaven? Why is that the only way that you would be reunited?
Oh, I don't think it would be the only way. At least I like to think that there are many options. Well, not options, but like maybe if there is an afterlife, maybe there's different versions or something. If not heaven, then I'm thinking about that movie, What Dreams May Come, and how he
that is
searched everywhere for her. And I think it is a good movie. I think I would search for her if I was in that position.
But it's a human-made movie, right?
Yeah.
How do we?
Yeah.
Like, why would heaven or afterlife be anything like that? And isn't ultimately anything. Like, how do you know that whole sequence isn't playing out in his mind?
Yeah. Oh, damn. That would be quite a twist.
Well, I mean, I don't know. But why would we trust the experiences of an unaliving mind?
Hmm. I guess we wouldn't.
And if for some reason, like, heaven is it's like written down that heaven is a certain way, um like there's already no pain, no suffering, all that stuff. It's an eternal um like bliss. Then your sister wouldn't be feeling that same loss that you are right now.
That's true.
But also, if heaven is some kind of incentive to do good or not sin here, like, why not just, why couldn't God have just been like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna, heaven's all we need, kind of thing? I don't know. Like, why do we need the other stuff?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Like, why do we need something like finite just to get to something eternal?
Yeah. It is kind of backwards, isn't it? Yeah, that's a good question.
Yeah, I don't even know if it's a question. It's just something I like, an observation or something that came to mind. I don't know if it needs an answer or.
It's an interesting idea, though. It's an interesting thought.
Yeah, and not
Something
everybody even.
finite.
Yeah, not everyone even comes from a place of. There's other religions, that I'm not too familiar with, but like the Mormon and all the different heavens and.
Why would any of it be true, though?
Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
So this is just probably my way of like creating an observation for why it's not something that I can put my faith in, or something along those lines.
Yeah. Same. I'm coming to a point where I don't think I could put my faith into something like that anymore. I think there's a line that I've crossed between having faith and gullibility, and yeah, between faith and gullibility.
Interesting. So somewhere between faith and gullibility is where you want to be. Is that an ideal?
Yeah, I think. Let's see. I don't think I want to be on the faith side anymore. That's for sure. I don't want to just.
Why would gullibility be the other end of that spectrum?
Well, maybe not the other end.
Is it? Oh, it's the same thing.
Something. It's a thought I've had in my mind, like having faith in something, but at one point, maybe not at like the other opposite end, but along the same path. It's either you have faith in something, or you're gullible enough to fall for it and believe it blindly, if that makes sense.
What does belief mean to you?
does belief mean to me? Might have to think about that one for a second. I don't think I have the answer for it right now. I mean, not like a definitive, probably using that word wrong. I don't have like a direct answer, but when I think about belief, hope also comes to my mind, even if it's a false hope. But I know that I don't want to take anything at face value, but I have a few thoughts in my mind, but I'm not sure I can translate them into English. Yeah, I don't have the answer for that one. I don't know.
There'll be I don't knows in the chat. Hell yeah.
Thank you.
Nina, or I guess we lost Blake a while back.
Aw.
Nina, did you have any more questions for Witty? I didn't hear.
No,
Oh, there she is.
it was, there's a question forming. There's something along the lines of, so what now? Kind of, do you think you need another belief, or like how would you find the same kind of consolation that you had when you were a Christian? Do you think you'd want to replace that with something different, like a different practice, or
Not really, honestly. I think I prefer the wonder and the saying in Assassin's Creed, nothing is true, everything is permitted. It's only like in the past few years that I've come to actually understand what the hell that even meant. Excuse me. I don't want to replace it, no. In fact, I've kind of created my own what's it called? Absurdity sort of idea. I think I probably mentioned it to Thrayle a couple months or so back, like about the cosmic unicorn. Yeah, so I made up my own sort of playful belief. Not something to take seriously, but just a little idea.
when you were a Christian, is there something involving that you really looked forward to or enjoyed, like such as church? Because I know not all Christians, actively participate in those kind of things. Like, did you have a weekly thing, and what are you doing now instead, or what kind of like would you sit, you know, in silence, or just spend more time with family or anything? Or that was probably not the most Socratic thing, but I was trying to
It's okay.
find, you know, I'm not trying to give you ideas, but I'm just like, how would you fill that space of, or not at all?
Probably not at all. I haven't, even with my family, we haven't been to church in ages. We just kind of stopped going. So there isn't really a routine there for me. There hasn't been in a very long time. Yeah, I don't think I need to fill it.
You shaped that question better than you thought, Nina. Good job.
A plus.
Thanks.
Witty, I'm wondering, do you have any questions for the questioner?
Can I ask two?
Yes.
One, how are you doing, Thrayle?
I'm making it. It's good. I mean, it's okay. It's good.
That's fair.
It's great. It's terrible. It's life.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for asking.
Welcome. And my second question, and this is more of a playful question, what is your favorite color?
Yep.
Fair.
What indeed?
One day. One day.
And it might be for that day. Maybe.
Yeah.
Beth. No. I don't know is the answer. I don't know. What is
That's
a
fair.
favorite color? Why would I pick one? All kinds of questions come from what is your favorite of this thing?
Yeah.
Except maybe blueberries. But I can question that. They're really good in everything they're in.
What made you go with What made you go with purple for the theme? And did you try any other colors?
I mean, I've always had a flash of purple in the background and in the feel of everything.
I'm digging it. I love purple.
I like that it's not too bright for the screen. So it's like easy on the eyes, it's pleasant. Like,
That's exactly what I love about it. It's comfortable.
It is.
It doesn't have to be flashy, but it can. And it doesn't have to be muted, but it can.
It's cozy.
Mm-hmm. But if there is anybody with a belief in a god or God's higher powers or anything like that, and you're curious enough or courageous enough to question that belief, Find one of these boxes up here with your finger, or the pink and blue people down there. Okay, maybe not. I mean, you've got to use your finger, but tap the people in the boxes or something, and one of those, and we'll bring you right up.
Hey, Thrayle.
Yes.
May I have the honor of being dropped in mid-sentence?
I'll
just keep talking.
Wait. Yeah, you gotta do that.
Okay. I'm just talking. I'm up.
Hell yeah. W is for witty. He could definitely question his beliefs, and that was great. I appreciate you.
By the way, is there a difference between being dropped from a live versus exiting yourself? Because I heard something about it changes the algorithm.
That's what they say. Maybe we can question it, but it's fun to drop mid-sentence,
I
right?
didn't know it was a thing. I mean, it's fun to drop mid-sentence when someone's really loaded about something that's
Yeah.
like
Yeah,
makes
just keep going.
yeah, it makes the words echo in their own head.
Beth doesn't like that I drop people at all. She thinks it's rude. She also comes up and, well, doesn't answer questions. Oh, I mean, Beth, we know what happens. Okay, let's try this out. What do we think will happen? Hello, Beth? Are you there?
I am.
Excellent. Can you remind us your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 38.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher powers, or anything like that?
I do.
And which
Do
god
you?
do you believe in?
I don't
You know
believe
what I
in a
believe doesn't
specific
matter.
God.
You,
I
you
just
say
believe
you
in a
don't
higher
believe in
power.
a higher power. What does
Just a
that mean?
It's not a specific thing.
Right. It's not a
Like,
specific thing, but what does it
no.
mean?
It just means that it created us all, and that's what I believe in.
Why do you believe a higher power created us all?
I love it when you ask me this because I'm just like, how do you not believe the same thing? Like, so I like to think about things in terms of like science a little bit, and I'm just like, to me, it seems that there's like a big thing that made us all exist. You know?
No. I don't understand why you would, which is why I asked. Why do you
Understand.
believe? Yeah. So why do you believe that something created everything?
Because to me, it makes more sense than
More.
that we're here for no reason.
What does that mean? No reason.
That we're just like magically here.
Magic. What is that?
I mean, that's what you're saying.
I thought
Apparently.
you.
How are we existing?
Sorry. When did I say anything about magic
I
except
mean,
to ask you what it meant?
I'm just saying I think that we exist for a reason. That
What does that
something
have to do with what I
exists.
asked?
It has everything to do with it, in my opinion.
Beth.
And you're just saying what?
Beth.
That we just exist like
Beth.
magically for no
Beth.
reason.
Beth,
What?
I'm not presenting a way of thinking. I'm not telling you to believe one thing or another. I'm asking about your beliefs. So I don't know why you
And I
keep
just
saying
told
what
you.
I'm saying. Interesting. I wonder if Nina has any questions.
So you mentioned your belief isn't based off of a certain scripture, it's just a regular old higher power?
I mean, that's how I feel.
How
Think
do
that
you,
it is impossible for us to exist for no reason.
Can
I
you let
mean,
her
to me,
finish the
that seems.
question, Beth?
I'm sorry, what?
Could you let Nina finish asking her
Oh my
question?
gosh, I'm so sorry.
She was
I
in the
thought we
middle
were
of
just
an
having a
email.
conversation.
I see. So, did it matter that Nina
I'm
was aware
so
of my
sorry if
question?
I offended you
no,
and
I'm not
interrupted you.
offended, but you just did it again.
Yeah.
I was just gonna say, how do you interact with this higher power?
Your power. That's a very interesting question. I just believe that there is like a reason that we were created as opposed to not.
Do you know what your purpose is or what your reason for being is? Or do you believe that we're meant to find a reason?
Oh, yeah. I definitely do believe that we're meant to do all those things. Yes, I do. And I just definitely believe that there is a reason as opposed to there not being a reason.
What steps are you taking towards finding your reason? Do you think everyone's reason is different?
I'm sure everyone's reason is different. And I would love for everyone to do everything that they want to do. That's totally amazing. But yeah, no, I just think that we're created for a reason as opposed to that it's just
What would it
magically
mean for the
we're
opposite
just
to be
magically
true?
existing for no reason.
Beth, what would it mean for the opposite to be true?
That we just magically exist for no
Why
reason.
is that the opposite?
I mean, that's what you're saying.
When did I say magic? You just did this
Well,
loop again. We're back where we were before Nina asked you any questions. Do you remember that loop?
that's how it seems to me. You're saying that we just are
I didn't have to
here
say that.
for no
I
reason.
said, what would the opposite be? You said magic. I asked why that's the opposite.
Because that's how it seems to me. Like, how could we just be poof here for no reason?
When you talk about a creator creating, how do we come into being?
I think that makes more sense.
When you talk about the creator creating, what does that creating process look like?
I don't know. I'm pretty sure it looks like creating you and me and everything else that exists in the universe.
Are you talking about when, like, the generation before us procreated? Is that
Also, that, yeah.
so? Yeah, the old people fucked, and here we are. And
Wow.
so, but that's what you just said, right? I mean, that's
Is
essentially.
that what I just said?
Well, is that what creation is?
Yeah, I would say definitely. Obviously, that's a part of it.
I see. And so that is what the God creator higher power did?
I think
is it just
so.
an old person that fucked?
Wow. What an interesting way of thinking about things.
I'm just using your analogy, well, your understanding of.
That is not at all what I said.
It's not what you said.
No.
How we got here, the
No,
generations that
he's
came
just
before
like
us. I
doing
asked about
different things and saying
who.
different things.
So you didn't talk about the generation before us,
I
or where
talked
we came from.
about that I believe that all of us came
See,
from something, and that I think that it makes more sense to think about that rather than I think that we're here for literally no reason and that we're magically here with nothing.
So you
We're
were.
created, your parents were
Beth,
created, although
Beth,
like
can you slow
you just
down just a
said,
moment, Beth? Can
old
you slow
people
down for
talk.
just a moment, Beth? Just
I'm sorry.
Would you be
take
down
a
to
breath.
like break it down with me? So you were born from your parents, they were born from their parents, and so on and so forth. So when you're talking about creation, a creator, how many generations back do you imagine that to be? Or like what was the starting point? Because to me, that seems more magic.
No, he is saying that we exist for no reason and
I didn't
that
say that. I
Those
didn't
words
say
don't
no,
that.
I want to hear. Okay, so this is my question for you. How do we exist?
This is as far as you get, Beth.
Wow, that was
Anytime she's up here, it's the same display. Every time. She couldn't let you ask a question. She didn't like it. Don't feel bad. She does that to whatever woman is on the panel. It's I don't know how to describe it.
No, I don't feel.
Weird.
Yeah, no, I don't feel bad. I'm not affected by it at all. I just like there's just I'm observing like a block of like I don't know. I thought I was trying to like I was like, okay, let's slow it down. Let's break it down. And then it just flies over it. I don't know. I think it's like maybe an unwillingness.
It's likely inebriated.
Mhm.
She usually is.
Uh,
Yep.
oh no, I didn't feel like you were being rude. I was trying to engage with you and it just didn't work out.
Yeah, that it usually happens. But if you've got a belief in a god or gods, higher powers, or anything like that, and you're curious enough or courageous enough to question that belief, then go ahead and request up. We're not here to debate you or argue. Nobody's trying to burgle your gods or demolish your heavens. We are just trying to see if questioning is a thing you can even do, and if you can, we've got more than a few questions for you. I'm starting to feel more poetic. I wonder if it's getting close to that time. It's been more than an hour since I said if we don't get a guest, but we've had a few guests that sucked. Oh, and Witty. Witty was awesome. Hell yeah, Witty. Let's see if Nat is equally awesome. Maybe question their beliefs. Hello. Well, oh, we'll wait for the lag. Hello. There we go. Nat, can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Nat, can I get your age for TikTok TOS? There's a good chance Nat didn't mean to join, so we'll set you back down. Maybe you sleep requested. That happens sometimes. Appreciate all of you tapping the screen and sharing the live, and all of you sleepers. Appreciate you just as much. Well, a lot. I don't know. That tapping does help. Thank you guys. It's wild. We never made it to Toroid time. It's usually the next goal. I wonder if we can hold out. If there's any believers left who believe that they can question what they've conceived, then go ahead and request up before I get too poetic and read us out. I might be getting close to that time, looking more and more like it. The less requests we have with actual believers who can question their beliefs. Nina, did you have any final questions for me before we get all the way to the end?
I do not. Nope.
Well, I've really appreciated having you up here. Your questions have been great, and it seems like you're starting to get the idea. I would definitely recommend you look into the Socratic method, and don't take all of it too seriously, but look into what it's trying to do, and it might help you ask some better questions. But you're doing great.
Yeah, thank you. That was fun.
And don't be afraid to ask questions. Oh, and maybe one more. Do you know, do you know the Muffin Man?
The Muffin Man?
Yeah, I just really couldn't even think of a question at that point. It's just, I need sleep, and that's probably where we are. But she played along. W's for Nina. Wonderful questions. I don't know. I think she could keep questioning and we'll see where that takes her, with her, well, sort of God of comfort. And if you have a belief in a God or God's higher powers or anything like that, and you're curious enough or courageous enough to question your beliefs, go ahead and request up. This is, well, one last call for questioning beliefs, because we can do this already. I mean, I think it's okay. I might be a few lines early to say it's ready. Let me just keep proofreading. Don't know if this is the poem I should read, but it's the poem I have ready. And it's, well, who knows? Maybe it says exactly what it needs to. I'll let you be the judge. Oh, yeah, we gotta do the thing. Right, I was just about to start reading. We're not gonna do that. Thank you all for being here, for tapping the screen, for sharing the live, for helping to make this audience really the best audience on TikTok. By being awesome, by engaging in the awesome ways that you do, then asking the questions, questioning those answers, and being respectful of all these different points of views, but still not letting them get away without a question, at least, right? So thank you guys for being amazing, and thank you to the mods. Big W's to all of you. Couldn't do it without you. I really do appreciate every one of you making this the most comfortable space for the best audience on TikTok. It really does, make all the difference. So thank you guys. And if you want to join this community, see what we get up to behind the scenes between the lives, you can always check out the link tree in my bio or in the Batcolyte bio. Either one will take you there. It's that first link that goes to the Discord, and you'll want to just make sure you read the rules when you get there. Otherwise, it might look a little lonely. But if you can agree to them, then you should find out that you're not alone. And if you stumble across the Venmo or the Cash App and you want to show your support that way, well, it is truly always appreciated, and it really does make all the difference. Really, it does. Thank you guys so much for helping out in all those ways. Of course, you can also always go check out that second link in the link tree and, see what's unfurling there. Maybe something else will pique your interest. But, what else am I forgetting? There's gotta be something, because you guys are fucking amazing. The mods are amazing. There's links and stuff in the bio, and they do all kinds of stuff to help support us and make possible. Website, yep, Batcolyte.com. That second link, it's a good one. Go check it out. New stuff all the time. And, yeah. I think it feels rushed, but unless there's something I'm missing, there's really only one thing left. At first, it feels like something lost, a sudden shift, some hidden cost. When long-held pillars start to bend and uncertainty no longer tends, the mind resists, the pulse goes tight. Old comforts pull with all their might because belief can become home, even when built from reused stone. So questions can feel severe, like scraping sacred things too near, like peeling back the painted wall and finding nothing there at all. But sometimes, what first looks like loss is merely clearing rot and moss, the breaking down of brittle parts that kept us small and closed at heart. Because a self can calcify, become a script we live inside, a role repeated year by year, mistaken for what's truly here. And some beliefs were never yours, just handed down through guarded doors, kept safe from question, doubt, or light. Not because true, but because of fright. So take them gently into view. Turn them over, test them through. Not every structure needs to fall, but truth should survive being called. And if a thing dissolves at touch, perhaps you never lost that much. Perhaps what breaks was never strong, just comfortable for far too long. Because beneath the fear and strain, beneath the loss of certain names, there waits a wider way to be, less chained by fear, more able to see, more open to the unknown sky, more patient with the question why, more free to love, to choose, to grow, without pretending that you know. And maybe that's the hidden grace. Not ending up with perfect faith, but learning you can lose a cage and still step forward unafraid. In darkness we meet, not to break and fall apart, but to clear enough illusion to finally move with an honest heart. And on that note, until the next time we meet in darkness and seek wisdom together, I love you all. Take care.